See?
Put the money in the bag, see?
Good morning. I know I came on early. I didn't, it's been a hard week. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. It's been a hard week, but I'm here. And I think my microphone works, but we'll find out. And then we have a backup in case it doesn't. Good morning. Welcome to Wake and Bake with Lolo. I'm Lolo, your hostess with the mostess. And I have shit all. Good morning, Hag. I love you, darling. Really love you. I don't have anything planned, although I have an incredible celebration because the SCOTUS. Now I know they give one and take away four. Okay, but you know what? I'm going to take this one and we're going to celebrate it because SCOTUS just ruled that the tariffs are illegal. Yes, as we had said. As Lee, our beautiful Lee, I love you dearly and deeply too, my friend. I really do. Even though we're far away and we don't always talk, I just want you to know you're always in my heart. You really are. So yeah, I'm so glad. Like it's Friday and we get to celebrate that we get a win. Now we don't always get wins. We rarely get wins, but we got a win this time, and that's all right, Mama. That's all right with me. That's all right, Mama. That's all right, Mama. That's all right with me. That's all right, Mama. So good to see everyone. Yesterday was hard. Everything's hard. Life is hard. Sometimes life is hard. Sometimes life has conflict. Sometimes life has sadness. Sometimes life has joy. This is what we are. We are a mess of hormones and emotion. My dad always said, those damn hormones. And he didn't mean women. He meant everybody. he meant everybody is struggling with hormones. My hair's a mess today, but that's okay. Anyway, but welcome to the show. I'm back and I'm somewhat rested, and that's good. Everything's good. And, it's just... I'm telling you, it's a good day when SCOTUS knocks down illegal tariffs. That's all I'm going to say, is that's one of my favorite days. I don't know about you. Anyway, so let's see. Today I spent a lot of time yesterday looking at the Les Wexner, watching some of the Les Wexner deposition. I think I've gotten through a little more than half of it. And good morning, Jane. Meow, 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 meow. Hi, Meowing Star. How are you, love? Oh, I miss you guys. I miss you guys. I don't know what's wrong with. I think my camera's like. Okay, hold on. Let me just fix my camera. I know this is really dumb, but hold on just a minute. Hold on, because it's not zooming enough. There we go. I think that's better. Yeah, that's better. Save. Boop. All right. Anyway, glad to see. Yeah, I'm back, Jane. I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better than I was yesterday. But anyway, life is full of that shit, right? Life is full of push, pull, yuck, great. Like that's living. That's what happens when you live. That's what happens, is that you have moments where things are working really well, and then things don't work well, and then you go back to things working well. So that's my theory on life. My dad, I tell you, I talk about my dad like the tides, exactly, Meowing Star. And you know what this is one area where religion actually makes a lot of sense to me, and I particularly look towards the Buddhist teachings, and I probably won't get this right, so forgive me for my lovely Buddhist friends. But there is a concept in Buddhism, and I'm probably not attributing it to the right thing, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a concept that really, really makes sense to me. And it's that the rain, for example, the rain is not good or bad. The rain just is, right? Like situations aren't, people can be, bad in terms of working towards their, being selfish and pedophiles and stuff like that. But essentially, things that happen to us aren't necessarily good or bad. They just are. And that concept has been actually very, very stuck in my brain. Hi, Carrie. Have met some California Buddhists, think may be pretty permissive doctrinally. Yeah. Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about. I went to a Buddhist temple once, and did a meditation, and it was a mind-altering experience. I enjoyed it, and yet I didn't enjoy it. Does that make sense? It was a struggle, and yet it was a really good struggle. I don't know. But yeah, that's life. That's life. That's what people say. You go to bed and you wake up the next day. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other. Yeah, keep swimming, all the things, right? So I don't know. I just feel like here's what my point is that conflict, bad things, those things happen. And they're just part of our life experience. And granted, I don't want anyone to be victimized, so don't get me wrong. But I'm saying the kind of natural push and pull that we have with each other is natural. And that is something that just is. And, I don't know. So anyway, that's my stupid take on philosophy or religion. Anyway, good morning. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy it's Friday. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, so let's see. Oh my God, the tariffs. I'm sorry, the tariffs. That I screamed this morning, and I woke up the house because I was so excited about the tariffs. So I think I sent myself the opinion. I wanted to see how long it was. I don't know who the three dissenting were. I was imagining it's, what's his name? Chester. What's his name? Charlie. What's his name? I don't even know. What's his name? Charles. No. What's his name? I can't even remember the guy's fucking name. Anyway, I can imagine who the three are. Am I quiet? Oh my God, I am. I can see it now. Carrie, I totally can see it. Okay, is that any better? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. I think I was playing with the controls when the microphone shit the bed, and then I didn't adjust them back. So anyway, sorry about that. Thank you so much, Carrie. My sound engineers, everybody. Thank you to the sound engineers. Thank you to the sound people. I really appreciate it because I can't tell what you hear necessarily, if that makes sense. But anyway, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Yeah, it's all good in the hood. Let me see if I can find these fucking articles. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Wah, 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 wah. Wait, no, from... I don't know about this. Oh, fucking fuck. Oh, fucking damn it. I love that girl. Oh, fucking damn it. Oh, here it is. Yay, I'm smarter than I thought I was. Hooray for me. How long? It's 13 pages. We'll probably read it. I don't know if there's anything happening today. I did pull a few clips of stuff I wanted to talk about. But I don't really have like a structure for today. So I apologize. It's just it's fucking Friday. So we're just going to fuck it up Friday. All right. That's the way it is. So let me entertain you. Let me make you smile. Let me do some new tricks. This is a major setback, folks. I think people need to understand. And Lee, I texted Lee in the morning. I'm like, Lee, the tariffs are illegal. Lee's like, okay, yeah, I know. All right, go back to bed. So yeah. Oops, oopsie poopsie. Okay, well let's start with the New York Times, the fuckers at the New York Times, fucking assholes. Fucking assholes. Good morning, walking with my good eye. Oh, Grace Lisa. Oh no, I don't even know if I heard. I guess 2, 3. Kavanaugh was the third. Hi, Kim HR love. Good morning. So I said, whatever the guy's name is, Ginny Thomas's husband, Clarence. I always want to call him Chester. Clarence Thomas, Alito, and then I was gonna say Kavanaugh, But I don't think it's Kavanaugh. I think it's someone else. But everybody else knows. I just don't happen to have checked the news. So there. Why would you start with someone else's interpretation? What do you mean? Oh, the New York Times? Okay, that's fine. We can read it. I don't know. Why do you? Yeah, what happened to your eyes, Grace Lisa? What happened? What happened? All right, let's read the article. You're right. I'm just making fun of you. You hella scratched? Oh no, fucking hell, Grace Lisa. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Do you have a patch like a pirate? Grace Lisa, do you get to be a pirate? Do you get to be a pirate, Grace Lisa? Oh my God. I love that. I love that for you. I want to be, no, I don't want to be a pilot. Actually, pirate, or a pilot. Clarence Alito Kavanaugh. Oh, Kim. Man, I was right, man. I fucking nailed that one. Kavanaugh. Disappointing. God, I guess, is Kavanaugh in the Epstein files? Anybody check that? Is Kavanaugh in the Epstein files? Anyway, yeah, so let's, oh, baby, I'm so sorry. I hope that fucking heals fast. I mean, really. Come on now. Come on, everybody. Come on. Come on. The Supreme Court of the United States. I won't do it in a baby voice, although it's tempting. I bet he's in the unreleased files. Yeah, I betcha. I betcha. Hoofing with Squee. Who's Squee, Josh? Good morning, Josh. Who's Squee? I don't even know who Squee is. That's a name I haven't heard before. Kavanaugh. 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 Where is it? Hold on. Nope, that's not it. God, I really need to fix that. That is not happening. Oh, here we go. Well, if there's Kavanaugh, there's beer. Wait, where's he? Hold on, I've got him here somewhere. Fuck, man, I gotta get these organized. I say that every day, but I still don't do it. Where is it? Where's the beer? God damn. Where's the beer? Where's Kavanaugh? Oh, is he in the? Oh, he's in the other folder. I bet. Hold on. God, I gotta spend some time just navigating these fucking little things. I have too many. That's what it is. I think it's me. I think I have too many little like fun things that I like to do. Okay, maybe it's under idiots. I thought it was under mocking, but I think I've put it in the folder with idiots. Hold on. Let's see. The idiot folder. We're checking. We're checking. We're checking. We're checking. We've got a lot of idiots. Okay. The folder is up. There he is. Hold on. I got him. I got him. Hold on. There we go. Oops. Where is he? Where is it? Oh my God. Did it stop the lie? Oh my God. Did it get rid of the... Oh my God. Somehow I lost the link to the fucking file. I know how. God damn it. Some of my cloud shit. Fuck. I hate Microsoft with a passion. Can I tell you that? Fuck you, Bill Gates. Good morning, Dan. How are you, man? Maytag. It's a good morning. Hello. Hello. Griffey. Neil. Oh my God. Neil, you're late. I know it did say 11:15. I got antsy. I'm sorry. That's my problem. I'm so sorry. It was, for a start, I wouldn't say that the start was very worth getting. How in the world did Sploogie? Is that his nickname, Jim Nalgren? Sploogie? Oh. I love you, Griffey. I'm so glad you're here. I miss you. Damn, we don't have the fucking Kavanaugh GIF anymore. I got to figure out this fucking computer. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. Anyway, let's, you get the point. I hope. All right, let's take it to the limit. Take it to the limit right now. Take it to the limit. Ooh, take it to the limit. Oh man, this is not working. Oh, bitch. Bitch, bitch. Ah, all my bitches is wrong. All my bitches is lazy. All my bitches is crazy. There we go. Not the best, but you can see it. If I came here on time, then I'm not late. Exactly. See? There you go. You're never late. Hey, Neil, let's go team. Bennett, what an idiot. Uh-oh, what happened, Jane? Oh, the men lost, right? Did the Canadian hockey men's team lose? Or the women? I know the women's team lost. And I just want to tell you, I watched the women's semifinal between Canada and Switzerland with our my Canadian friends, our Canadian friends, Neil and Jane. Jane. And I just want to say that I have such respect for the Canadian women's hockey team, and I just think they're amazing and they're adorable, and I'm sorry that they lost. So there. And if the women's team from the United States agrees to go to the White House, I'm going to make a big stink and I'm going to tell them they're all a bunch of bitches. Okay? Men are playing. Our thuggy guy got a dumb penalty. Oh, okay. Oh my God. So you guys are trying to keep an eye on everything while we're trying to. Okay, well, keep us posted on the Canadian men's struggle for gold or silver. I don't know what they are. I'm having storage issues with Google myself. Haven't received an email. Oh my God, I hate that. I hate it all. I want a new internet. Okay, I want us to do a new internet where I just want a new internet. I don't want to be throttled by these fucking pay piggies that need their money. I'm sorry. It needs to be a public utility. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad idea. I'm not really sure. Okay? I'm not sure about that. Okay. Anyway. Exactly. Thank you, Griffey. You know what I mean. Okay. I want to see if I can make this just a little tiny bit. Maybe. Maybe I can. Have I told you lately that I love you? Okay, here we go. Supreme Court of the United States of America. I love MAGA cheer on our U.S. immigrant team members in the Olympics. Yes, Haggard. Shit they can't or would ever do. Yeah. I could do without AI while we're at it. You know, I would do AI if it solves like cancer. Hi, Kelly. How are you? Good to see you, darling. I would definitely, AI can do things like solve cancer, make busy work so that people can be trained as supervisors for it and, be paid a living wage. I want those things. That's to me how AI makes our lives better. If it makes jobs easier and people get paid more and trained to oversee said AI, then I would be happy. And if it solved like cancer and like solved crimes or, you know what I mean? Like if AI could do the things that I think it would do and that was all that we were, then that'd be fine. Who shall train the AI overseer? Well, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem. We have really shitty people doing that. Hi, everyone. I am multitasking. All right, Neil, no problem. Neil greets everyone who is coming in. He's a little busy right now, but just know that Neil sends his regards. Bonjour. Bonjour from Neil. There you go. Okay, here we go. Here we go now. Here we go. November 6th. This case concerns an executive branch policy requiring... Wait a minute. Wait, what? This is not the right one. Wait, this is not the right one. What? That's the wrong one. What? That's not it. Oh, I sent myself that a long time ago. I sent myself that one a long time ago. Hold on. That's hilarious. I cracked myself up. I'm so dumb. I'm like, what? Are they doing multiple things? Maybe. Why does it say November? Damn, I can't. I'm not getting my mail either, Neil. God. Wait. Received? I don't know. Oh, maybe I sent it to the other one. Anyway, okay, let me just look it up. What the fuck? SCOTUS opinion on tariffs. Yeah. SCOTUS opinion on tariffs. Yeah. I'll find it. Hold on. Even Cato says Supreme Court got it right. Oh, fuck me in the butt. Come on. Where is it? Oh, man. Come on. Okay, let me go to the SCOTUS blog. Maybe it'll lead me there. I know you guys are probably telling me, you have it. You can have my mail. Truths are going to be lit today. Oh my God. Sharon Brown, good morning. Maybe it should be like a jury poll to see who trains AI. That's not a bad idea. Lee is here. Lee is here. Lee is here. Da 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 da. Oh, Kelly's also multitasking. So Kelly says hello to everyone. And we say hello back. I'm so glad you're here live, Kelly. Oh my gosh. It's so much better than, although maybe watching me on 2 times speed is probably better, actually. But Lee is the star of the day because Lee, the tariffs, it's all a happy day in Tariff Town. I can't find the goddamn motherfucking, oh man, I know I found it. How did I find it? How did I find it? Okay, wait, here. Let me go to this. Can you give us the opinion? Why doesn't anyone just link the opinion? You know what? I do that. I link the opinion. That's what I do. I link it. That's what I do. Wait. Okay, the docket number. Fucking poop. Fucking poopers. Now we're cooking with gas. All right. Oh, it's 170 pages. Well, we'll cut to the chase. It's a little bit longer, so we'll take our time and go through it. A syllabus. Oh no. Learning resources v. Trump, and then there was another one, and these cases were consolidated into one case. Oh my God, Oomph Cavalrest, I adore you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. That's perfect. Thank you. I'm sorry you had to search for that. Good morning, Gal. Thank you, Gal. You got it too. Oh, I love my friends. Yeah. Okay, we're going to try and get through some of this and see where we can get some of the juicy parts. All right, here we go now. The question presented is whether the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, EPA, authorizes the president to impose tariffs. That's really it, guys. Shortly after taking office, President Trump sought to address 2 foreign threats. Yeah, okay. The influx of illegal drugs from Canada, Mexico, and China. Remember that? Oh, good, Lee. Can't wait. The United States, after all, is not at war with every nation in the world. Go, John. Go, John. Oh, John Roberts, is he in the files? Anybody check for him in the files? I haven't checked for him. All right. I'm going to love listening to all of that on my walk. Oh, yay. All right, here we go. Where did I start it? President, shortly after taking office, he wanted to get rid of all the drugs from Canada. God damn you, Canada. You and your Canadian drugs. Mexico and China. All right, President's proclamation, lots of numbers. The president determined that the drug influx had, quote, created a public health crisis and that the trade deficits had... I'm sorry. And that trade deficits had, quote, led to the hollowing out of the American manufacturing base and, quote, undermined critical supply chains. Yeah. The president declared a national emergency as to both threats, deeming them unusual and extraordinary, although they've been around for ages. Oh, that's my part. And invoked his authority under EPA to respond. Or IEPA, I guess. He imposed tariffs to deal with each threat. As to the drug trafficking tariffs, the president imposed a 25% duty on most Canadian and Mexican imports and a 10% duty on most Chinese imports. Blah, blah, blah. As to the trade deficit reciprocal tariffs, the president imposed a duty, quote, on all imports from all trading partners of at least 10%, with dozens of nations facing higher rates. Since imposing each set of tariffs, the president has issued several increases, reductions, and other modifications. Yeah, because he's trying to move the market. Yeah. Petitioners in Learning Resources and respondents in VOS Selections filed suit, alleging that IEPA does not authorize the reciprocal or drug trafficking tariffs. The Learning Resources plaintiffs, two small businesses, sued in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. That court denied the government's motion to transfer the case to the United States Court of International Trade and granted the plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction, concluding that IEPA did not grant the president the power to impose tariffs. The VOS Selections plaintiffs, 5 small businesses and 12 states, sued in the CIT. That court granted summary judgment for the plaintiffs, and the Federal Circuit, sitting en banc, affirmed in relevant part, concluding that IEPA's grant of authority to regulate importation did not authorize the challenged tariffs, which are unbounded in scope, amount, and duration. The government filed a petition for certiorari in VOS Selections, and Learning Resources plaintiffs filed a petition for certiorari before judgment. The court granted the petitions and consolidated the cases. It is held. I wish I had like some great music for this. I don't think I do, though. Well, here.
Let the games begin.
Here we go. IEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. The judgment in blah, blah, blah is vacated, and the case is remanded with instructions to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. Ouch. Ouchie. The judgment in 25-250 is affirmed. This blah, blah, blah is vacated and remanded. I don't know what those mean, but I'm sure you guys do. The Chief Justice delivered the opinion of the court with respect to parts 1 and 2 and A1 and all the things. Let's see. Is this his opinion? Or this is the syllabus? Oh, well, let me go ahead and read this part. Sorry. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution specifies that the Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises. The framers recognized the unique importance of this taxing power, a power which very clearly includes the power to impose tariffs. And they gave Congress alone the access to the pockets of the people. The framers did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch. I'm going to read that again. The framers did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch. The government thus concedes that the president enjoys no inherent authority to impose tariffs during peacetime. It instead relies exclusively on IEPA to defend the challenged tariffs. It reads the words regulate and importation to effect a sweeping delegation of Congress's power to set tariff policy, authorizing the president to impose tariffs of unlimited amount and duration on any product from any country. The Chief Justice joined Justice Gorsuch and Barrett, concluded in Part 2A2. The court has long expressed reluctance to read into ambiguous statutory text extraordinary delegations of Congress's powers. See these cases. In several cases described as involving major questions, the court has reasoned that both separation of powers principles and a practical understanding of legislative intent suggest Congress would not have delegated highly consequential power through ambiguous language. These considerations apply with particular force where, as here, the purported delegation involves the core congressional power of the purse. Well, why don't they go after OMB? What about that? What the fuck? Let's talk about Russ Vought. God, somebody fucking rule on him like hard. These considerations apply with particular force where, as here, the purported... Oh, wait. Sorry, I already did that. Congressional practice confirms as much. When Congress has delegated its tariff powers, it has done so in explicit terms and subject to strict limits. Against that backdrop of clear and limited delegations, the government reads IEPA to give the president power to unilaterally impose unbounded tariffs and change them at will. That view would represent a transformative expansion of the president's authority over tariff policy, It is also telling that in IEPA's half-century of existence, no president has invoked the statute to impose any tariffs, let alone tariffs of this magnitude and scope. That lack of historical precedent, coupled with the breadth of authority that the president now claims, suggests that the tariffs extend beyond the president's legitimate reach. The economic and political significance of the authority of the president has asserted, likewise, provides a reason to hesitate before concluding that Congress meant to confer such authority. The stakes here dwarf those of other major questions cases, as in those cases, a reasonable interpreter would not expect Congress to pawn such a big-time policy call off to another branch. Biden v. Nebraska. There is no exception to the major questions doctrine for emergency statutes, nor does the fact that tariffs implicate foreign affairs render the doctrine inapplicable. The framers gave Congress alone, and that's in quotes, the power to impose tariffs during peacetime. And the foreign affairs implications of tariffs do not make it any more likely that Congress would relinquish its tariff power through vague language or without careful limits. Well, you don't know this Congress. There is no exception. Okay, wait. Accordingly, the president must point to clear congressional authorization, and that's in quotes, to justify his extraordinary assertion of that power. The Chief Justice delivered the opinion with respect to Part 2B, concluding, subsection A, IEPA authorizes the president to, quote, investigate, block during the pendency of an investigation, regulate, direct and compel, nullify, void, prevent, or prohibit importation or exportation. Absent from this lengthy list of specific powers is any mention of tariffs or duties. Had Congress intended to convey the distinct and extraordinary power to impose tariffs, it would have done so expressly, as it consistently has in other tariff statutes. The power to regulate importation does not fill that void. The term regulate, as ordinarily used, means to fix, establish, or control, to adjust by rule, method, or established mode, to direct by rule or restriction, to subject to governing principles or laws. Black's Law Dictionary, blah, 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 blah. The facial breadth of this definition places in stark relief what regulate is not usually thought to include, taxation. Many statutes grant the executive power to regulate, yet the government cannot identify any statute in which the power to regulate includes the power to tax. Yeah. The court is therefore skeptical that IEPA and IEPA alone, Congress hid a delegation of its birthright power to tax within the quotidian power to regulate. While taxes may accomplish regulatory ends, it does not follow that the power to regulate includes the power to tax as a means of regulation. Indeed, when Congress addresses both the power to regulate and the power to tax, it does so separately and expressly. That it did not do so here is strong evidence that regulate in IEPA does not include taxation. A contrary reading would render IEPA partly unconstitutional. IEPA authorizes the president to regulate importation or exportation, but taxing exports is expressly forbidden by the Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 5. The neighboring words with which regulate is associated also suggest that Congress did not intend to regulate to include the revenue-raising power. Each of the 9 verbs in Section 1702A1B authorizes a distinct action a president might take in sanctioning foreign actors or controlling domestic actors engaged in foreign commerce, as presidential practice confirms. And none of the listed authorities includes the distinct and extraordinary power to raise revenue, a power which no president has ever found in IEPA. Several arguments marshaled in response are unpersuasive. First, the contention that IEPA confers the power to impose tariffs because early commentators in the court's cases discussed tariffs in the context of the Commerce Clause answers the wrong question. The question is not whether tariffs can ever be a means of regulating commerce. It is instead whether Congress, when conferring the power to regulate importation, gave the president the power to impose tariffs at his sole discretion. And Congress's pattern of usage is plain. When Congress grants the power to impose tariffs, it does so clearly and with careful constraints. It did neither in IEPA. Second, the argument that regulate naturally includes tariffs because the term lies between 2 poles in IEPA, compel on the affirmative end and prohibit on the negative end, is unavailing. Although tariffs may be less extreme than an outright compulsion or prohibition, It does not follow that tariffs lie on the spectrum between authorities and IEPA, or excuse me, between these poles. They are different in kind, not degree, from the other authorities in IEPA. Tariffs operate directly on domestic importers to raise revenue for the Treasury and are very clearly a branch of the taxing power. Thus, they fall outside the spectrum entirely. Oof. Third, the argument based on IEPA's predecessor, the Trading with the Enemy Act, and the Court of Customs and Patent Appeals decision in U.S. v. Yoshida International, cannot bear the weight placed on it. A single, expressly limited opinion from a specialized intermediate appellate court does not establish a well-settled meaning that the court can assume Congress incorporated into IEPA. Fourth, the historical argument based on the court's wartime precedent fails. Those precedents are facially inapposite. As we all agree, I just can't remember how to say that. As we all agree, the president lacks inherent peacetime authority to impose tariffs, and the attenuated chain of inferences from wartime precedents through multiple iterations of TWEA to IEPA cannot support, much less clearly support, a reading of IEPA that includes the distinct power to impose tariffs. Of course, Klump, yeah, now he's like, maybe I'll do a limited strike. Okay, here's the other thing about that, all right? So here's the other thing. Yeah, Stephen Miller's going to have to rewrite the State of the Union. Is that what Jim said? Hi, Cam. How are you? How are you, darling? Let me check in and make sure I say hello to everyone. If it were actually AI'd, we'd want to have the best educators. I know. Like, if we really wanted it. Like, roughly 8 minutes after the tariff decision was posted on the New York Times website, New York Times posted that Slump announced unlimited. I know. Okay, so here's the thing about that. Here's the thing. Gal, I love you. Here's the thing about that. If he was imposing, okay, listen, he's the guy who always says, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to tell you what I'm, why would I tell, that's a stupid question. Why would I tell you what I'm going to do? Why would I tell you what I'm going to do? Well, a bitch, you just did. You just told us what you're going to do. You just told him what you're going to do. What the fuck is this? You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a rapist, okay? You're a rapist, adjudicated, and you probably rape children. So there you go. Sicko. Uh-oh, I might have lost my... Okay, wait. No, I'm up here. Uh-oh, did I move things? Oh, in tariffs in the context. Okay, get ready. Woo, woo, woo. I'm going to make sure I don't move that. Let's see. Oh my God. Goddamn Finns to Canada. I don't know how I said that. Canada 0, second period. Come on, Canada. Come on. Beat the Finns. They're drunk. The Finns drink too much. Just kidding. When I went to Finland back in the 80s, there's a lot of drunk people in Helsinki. That's all I'm saying. It's my own personal experience. Fun fact, the beginning of the opinion is still some pages ahead of you. God damn it! Should I be moving? I've been reading the pithy notes of the syllabus. Oh no! Should I be reading something else? Oh, how embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. Oh man, I'm sorry. Well, I love those pithy notes. You know how I love a good pithy note. I love my pith. Shit, sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that. Okay. Well, that's all right, because you'll just hear it again. See, this is why I need a producer. Okay? We produce live. Where's Carla when you need her? Wait. Where's the... Hold on. We're going to do it. I have it. I know. I saw it, so I know it's there. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, I can't see it. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Wait, I just passed by it. Oh, come on, baby. Where is it? Oh, here we go. I know, Jane, I'm so sorry. The Canadians are really heroic. All right, fuck it. We'll do it live. All right. Well, you know what? You're going to get a lot of SCOTUS today. All right. Shortly after taking office. Okay. The influx. Okay. So we read that. All right. He invoked his authority under IEPA. Enacted in 1977. Let's see. I'm just going to otherwise. President Dump declared a national emergency on both drug trafficking and unusual extraordinary. He then imposed tariffs to deal with each threat. As to the drug trafficking, he imposed, okay, we read about that. Since imposing, the president has issued several increases and modifications. Oh boy, let's read this. The president has issued several increases, reductions, and other modifications. 1 month after imposing the 10% drug trafficking tariffs on Chinese goods, he increased the rate to 20%. 1 month later, he removed a statutory exemption for Chinese goods under $800, the de minimis. Remember that? Less than a week after imposing the reciprocal tariffs, the president increased the rate on Chinese goods from 34% to 84%. The very next day, he increased the rate further still to 125%. This brought the total effective tariff rate on most Chinese goods to 145%. Yeah, that's right. Self-inflicted wounds, kids. The president has also shifted sets of goods into and out of the reciprocal tariff framework, exempting from reciprocal tariffs beef, fruits, coffee, tea, spices, and some fertilizers, which is really interesting because my coffee price has basically gone up by at least 50% of the prior cost. You know what I mean? Think about the impact of these changes on industries with active shipments. Oh, I can't even. I mean, Lee, this is such a great little capture of just the sheer madness of King George, right? Like fucking madness. And it's not just him. It's all his little minions around him. It's Mrs. Beasley. Mrs. Beasley has her little paws all over this. And so does the ginger from hell. What's his name? The trade representative? Jordan? Dylan? I don't know. Something like that. Thad? I'm not sure. Gretzky is wearing a Canadian pin. Well, I mean, I would hope he's Canadian. But yeah, anyway. Okay, let's go back to this. The president has also shifted sets of goods into and out of the reciprocal tariff framework, exempting, food, coffee. And he has issued a variety of other adjustments, another executive order, blah, 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 extending the suspension of heightened reciprocal tariffs on Chinese imports. Petitioners in Learning Resources and respondents in VOS filed suit, alleging that IEPA does not authorize the reciprocal or drug trafficking tariffs. 2 small businesses sued in the United States District Court in the VOS selections. 5 small businesses in 12 states sued in the United States Court of International Trade. I hope all the dipshit business people and farmers and that who voted for this idiot have to work 80 hours a day to deal with the problem. I mean, it's just so stupid. And here's the thing. I do want to touch on the economy. Yeah, exactly. Are you shocked? This is the other thing. The economy grew at, what did we grow at? Like 1.4% or something. I have to look at that number. But anyway, there's a very low growth number in some respect that I heard this morning. I'm going to find it and then we'll talk about it. So this is a lot of smoke and mirrors right now with this economy, right? And he's obviously just lying to people and they're just trouting it up and taking it in. And so I think that I think that this is a moment where people are going to be like, okay. But I think here's my fear with this. My fear with this is that he's just going to turn to this really fucking Nazi Congress and find a way to push through that Congress will approve his tariffs, because Mrs. Beasley and whoever he is, Dylan, I don't know, the trade representative, not all of them. Yeah, just the IEPA, which is about half. What is the tariff revenue? Hold on, I'm going to find it. Hold on, everybody. Yeah. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Oh my God, what was I going to look at? Oh, my brain is really not doing well. Okay, never mind. I'll go back to it. Oh, poor you. I know. Lee, this is just terrible, actually. And, oh, that's what I wanted to do. How much tariff revenue? I think it's in like maybe 200 and some billion dollars in 2025. And I think half of it is IEPA. Oh, yeah. Okay. About 300. Okay. 287 billion was the tariff money taken in 2025, the tariff revenue. And let's see. I'm seeing if it economic. No, it's not telling me that. Okay. But as we've read before, there are multiple studies, and I'm just pulling up another one from the Budget Lab around tariffs and the fact that as Americans, we have paid 96% of the cost of tariffs. That 4% is covered. Their study outlined that 4% is covered by, exporters, importers. The rest is passed on to you and me, kids. That's right. But I think, and I don't know, let me see if I can tell what portion of tariffs in 2025 were under IEPA. Oh, shit balls. Oh, shitty balls. Oh, shitty balls. Oh, shitty balls. Well, darling, it's not an AI, so just calm your tits. The most recent estimates from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection imply that 142 billion of the 287 billion I just mentioned, under IEPA authority. Oops, I did it again. Yeah, so not good. Not good. Not good. Oh, I'll find that, Jane. It's that study from Germany that I talked about a week ago or so. I'll find it and put there. Yeah. I mean, the lab at Yale says pass through to consumer prices, imported PCE core goods and durable goods prices have risen 1% and 1.3% during 2025 through November, both well above prior year comparisons. Implied pass through. Well, these guys say implied pass through to tariffs to import. Well, let me show you this. I'm not just going to read it to you. This is the Budget Lab at Yale. Okay. Let's keep this. All right. Tariff revenue have raised an estimated 195 billion in inflation-adjusted customs revenue above the 20 to 24 average as of January 2026, with the effective tariff rate reaching basically 11.7%, 12% in November 2025. Pass through to consumer prices. Imported PCE core goods and durable goods prices have risen 1.0% and 1.3% respectively during 2025 through November, both well above prior year comparisons. Implied pass-through of tariffs to imported customer goods prices range from roughly 31 to 63% for core goods and 42 to 96% for durables, depending on methodology. Employment. There is no definitive indication of a significant aggregate labor market effect so far, though tariff-exposed industries show some signs of weakness relative to pre-2025 trend. So, yeah, even the Yale people say this is fucked up. Not at war with every nation in the world. I know. Hold my Diet Coke. Yeah, we're going to get to that. I think. I don't know. It's 170 pages, so we're not going to get through all of it. All right. The learning resources. Okay. The government has moved to transfer. BOS, the CIT, granted the plaintiff's motion. Okay, we read about that. The government filed a motion. We read about that. Based on those words. Okay. We granted the motion and petitions and consolidated the cases. Based on 2 words separated by 16 others in section 1702, blah, blah, blah. regulate an importation, the president asserts the independent power to impose tariffs on imports from any country of any product at any rate for any amount of time. Those words cannot bear such weight. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution sets forth the power of the legislative branch. The first clause of that provision specifies that the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises. It is no accident that this power appears first. The power to tax was, Alexander Hamilton explained, the most important of the authorities proposed to be conferred upon the Union. It is both a power to destroy and a power necessary to the existence and prosperity of a nation, the one great power upon which the whole nation fabric is based. Citations from other cases. The power to impose tariffs is very clearly a branch of the taxing power. A tariff, after all, is a tax levied on imported goods and services. More citations. And tariffs raise revenue, the defining feature of a tax. More citations. Indeed, the framers expected that the government would for a long time depend chiefly on tariffs for revenue. Federalist number 12 at 93, Alexander Hamilton. Little wonder then that the first Congress's first exercise of its taxing power and its second enacted law right after the one providing for the new officials to take an oath was a tariff law. It's July 4, 1789. Recognizing the taxing power's unique importance and having just fought a revolution motivated in large part by taxation without representation, the framers gave Congress alone the access to the pockets of the people. See also Declaration of Independence, paragraph 19. That's all. Yeah. They required, quote, all bills for raising revenue to originate in the House of Representatives. That's in the Constitution. And in doing so, they ensured that only the House could propose the supplies requisite for the support of government, thereby reducing all the overgrown prerogatives of the other branches. They did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch. The whole power of taxation rests with Congress. The government thus concedes, as it must, that the president enjoys no inherent authority to impose tariffs during peacetime, and it does not defend the challenged tariffs as an exercise of the president's war-making powers. The United States, after all, is not at war with every nation in the world. Oh, but aren't we? Aren't we? Lee, what'd you say? Hiring freezes hopefully will be lifted. I hope so. The government instead relies exclusively on IEPA. Oh my God, this was so dumb. Do you think they did this on, I just don't know. Do you think this is like some wild on purpose thing that they knew they were going to be struck down? Is there a world where that is like, I guess not. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Authorizing the president to impose tariffs of unlimited account on any duration on any product from any country. We have long expressed reluctance to read into ambiguous statutory text extraordinary delegations of Congress's powers. Well, that's funny because you fucking did it like 2 years ago. You fucking idiot. We in Biden v. Nebraska, for example, we declined to read authorization to waive or modify statutory or regulatory provisions applicable to financial assistance programs as a delegation of power to cancel $430 billion in student loan debt. Let's see, where am I? Where'd I go? In West Virginia versus EPA, we declined to read authorization to determine that the best system of emission reduction as a delegation of power to force a nationwide transition away from the use of coal. And in National Federation of Independent Business v. OSHA, we declined to read an authorization to ensure safe and healthful working conditions as a delegation of power to impose a vaccine mandate on 84 million Americans. We have described several of these cases as major questions cases. In each, the government claimed broad, expansive power on an uncertain statutory basis, and in each, the statutory text might, quote, as a matter of definitional possibilities, have been read to delegate the asserted power. But context counseled skepticism. That context included not just other language within the statute, but constitutional structure and common sense. Both separation of powers and principles and a practical understanding of legislative intent suggested Congress would not have delegated highly consequential power through ambiguous language. Well, watch them, okay? Because My money's on this Congress trying everything they can to make those tariffs come back, including going to war with Iran. Although I don't think we import anything from Iran. I'm sorry. I'm a little silly this morning. These considerations apply with particular force where, as here, the purported delegation involves the core congressional power of the purse. Congress would likely intend for itself the basic and consequential trade-offs, well, you don't know this Congress, inherent in uses of this most complete and effectual weapon. And if Congress were to relinquish that weapon to another branch, a reasonable interpreter would expect it to do so clearly. What common sense suggests congressional practice confirms. When Congress has delegated its tariff powers, it has done so in explicit terms and subject to strict limits. Congress has consistently used words like duty in statutes, delegating authority to impose tariffs. A customs duty is simply the federal tax levied on goods shipped into the United States. Lots of definitions. It has capped the amount and duration of tariffs. And it has conditioned exercise of the tariff power on demanding procedural prerequisites, including investigation by the U.S. International Trade Commission, public hearings, report of findings, and recommendation. Another section asks for investigation by the United States Trade Representative. That's Justin, or whatever his name is. I can't remember his name. He's the ginger guy. Consultation with relevant country and interested parties, publication and of findings. Which I haven't heard much from him lately. Have we even seen him? Do we have proof of life on Jake, the trade representative, or whatever his name is? Against this backdrop of clear and limited delegations, the government reads IEPA to give the president power to unilaterally Jameson. Thank you. That's it. Jameson. Yeah. John, Jake, Chad, Thad. I don't know. He's very forgettable. Is he still alive? Is he still there? Do we have proof of life, Lee? Yeah, he's okay. He's sad today. Oh. Oh my God. I would not want to be Jameson Greer. Yeah, exactly. He's named after the whiskey. That makes a lot of sense because his mom had to drink a ton in order to get impregnated. I'm sorry. And she said, I'm going to name him after my favorite drink. Come here, Jameson. Come here, Jameson. Come here, Jameson. Come here. Bring me my bottle, Jameson. You know, the one that has, that's how you learn to spell your name. That's right. Just look at the bottle, son. Yeah, cheery vibes. Yeah, skeevy, totally skeeve. Oh my God, he's disgusting. He's so dumb. And he's in such trouble. He's pooping his pants right now. His confirmation, I know. He's pooping his pants right now. He's like, I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry. They probably all convinced Dump too. No, you got power. No, you got power. Mrs. Beasley and the leprechaun are probably in there. No, you've got power. Oh my God, that's what he is. He's the Lucky Charms guy. Holy shit. Where's the Lucky Charms guy? Hold on. Lucky Charms guy. Oh my God, that's brilliant. I've got my Lucky Charms. I've got me Lucky Charms. He's around, but getting the impression the civil servants in the agency are helping him see the light on tariffs. My impression. Interesting. Well, let me tell you who really is making him see the light. John Roberts. Okay. This is great. Where is he? Let's see. Can I do this? Can I download this? Wait, I need a transparent image. I need a PNG. Here we go. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, hold on. It's gonna take me a minute, but I don't care. I want to do this. All right, hold. Save image. Oh, come on, bitch. Jameson. sorry. I love this shit. Wait, I just have to take the background off. This is perfect. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. Wait, okay. Remove it. Save a copy? Did it work? Oh, it did. Fuck yes. Okay, here we go. Here's Jameson. Jameson, bring me my bottle. You know, the one with your name on it. Be a good boy and fetch mommy her whiskey. Fetch mommy her whiskey. Come on, be a good boy. Jameson. Jameson. Who names their kid Jameson? I'm sorry. People do. I'm sorry. I know that. I'm sorry. That was rude. Of course people name their children. Wait, where is it now? Oh, shit. Come on. Where is it? Let me go home. Here we go. I got me Lucky Charms. I do. Here I am. That's me. I'm the U.S. Trade Representative. Yes, I am. That's right. Don't worry about it. Hi, Tom. That's what we're reading. And Jameson Greer's here to tell you all about it. But first, he has to get his mammy the bottle of whiskey over on the table. Go get your bottle. Go get Mammy's bottle. Sorry, I come from Irish people. I feel like I can do that. Okay, let's see. And it has conditioned the exercise of tariff power on demanding procedural prerequisites, right? Like all these investigations. Okay. Against this, okay, we did that. Wait a minute. On this reading, to unilaterally impose unbounded tariff, or on this reading, moreover, the president is unconstrained by the significant procedural limitations in other tariff statutes and free to issue a dizzying array. Dizzying array. I fucking love this. To unilaterally impose unbounded tariffs. Oh, wait, I already did that. I'm so dumb. And free. Okay. At will of modifications at will. All it takes to unlock that extraordinary power is a presidential declaration of emergency, which the government asserts is unreviewable. Yeah, leave us alone. We're trying to be dictators here. This is Roberts, Carrie. This is John Roberts' opinion. Okay. Brief for federal parties. Okay. And the only way of restraining the exercise of that power is a veto-proof majority in Congress, requiring a joint resolution enacted into law to terminate a national emergency. That view, if credited, would represent a transformative expansion of the president's authority over tariff policy. Let me see if there's anything in there. No, that's just about the investigations that need to take place if you're going to do this. Let's see. Okay. And indeed, as demonstrated by the exercise of that authority in this case over the broader economy as well. But see the CBO current view of the economy from 25. Oh, I want to look at that. Brief for federal parties, blah, blah, blah. It would replace the long-standing executive legislative collaboration over trade policy with unchecked presidential policymaking. Well, you told him he could do it all. Okay, bitches? You're the one who told him he could do anything. Okay? You fucking idiots. You fucking captured court. Get the fuck out. And you just couldn't rule against this one because literally the law is so fucking clear. That's why. That's the only reason we're here right now. The only reason we're here right now is that the law is so very clear and the conditions are so very not met to use IEPA that even this court could not rubber stamp what this maniac and his team of maniacs is doing. Ugh. Yikes. CCR is trade promotion. Congress seldom affects such sea changes through vague language. Yeah. Stopped at my fave bakery on the way home and treated myself. Yeah, because girl, you got a huge victory. You're queen for a day, Lee, is in my book. That's what I'm going to say. You have shepherded us through this quagmire of tariffs, and I for one thank you very much. $10 billion from our next government to the Board of Peace. Yeah, exactly. The Board of Peace, we have to talk about. I wanted to talk about it yesterday. We didn't get to it, but we're definitely going to get to it. So don't worry. The Board of Peace is coming. It would replace. Okay, I'm doing this all wrong. It is also telling that in IEPA's half century of existence, no president has invoked the statute to impose any tariffs, let alone tariffs of this magnitude and scope. Presidents have, by contrast, regularly invoked IEPA for other purposes. The International Emergency Economic Powers Act, origin, revolution, and use. Okay. At the same time, they have invoked other statutes, but never IEPA, to impose tariffs on products ranging from car tires to washing machines. Indeed, this is the footnote. Indeed, even before IEPA was enacted, only one president relied on its predecessor, the Trading with the Enemy Act, to impose tariffs, and then only as a post hoc defense to a legal challenge. When was that from? Those tariffs were also of limited amount, duration, and scope. Noting it's a 10%. Oh, it's Nixon's 10% surcharge, which was in effect less than 5 months, applied only to articles which had been the subject of prior tariff concessions and was capped at congressionally authorized rates. Well, even Nixon didn't break this fucking law. That's what that just tells me. Is that literally Nixon looks like a fucking Boy Scout compared to this regime. I mean, really. Like, oh, TBT, Nixon. Yeah, that's so great. You're still stress eating grapes. You got that game on. Let's see. Yeah, where did I go? Yeah. Okay. And those tariffs did not even begin to approach the size or scope of the IEPA tariffs at issue here. The lack of historical precedent for the IEPA tariffs, coupled with the breadth of authority that the president now claims, is a telling indication that the tariffs extend beyond the president's legitimate reach. Yeah, so fuck off. The economic and political significance of the authority the president has asserted, likewise, provides a reason to hesitate before concluding that Congress meant to confer such authority. The president's assertion here of broad statutory power over the national economy is extravagant. I love that. Extravagant by any measure. Pepper, I love you. Sister, how are you? I'm glad you're here. The president's assertion here of broad statutory power over national economy is extravagant by any measure. And as the government admits, indeed boasts. Oh, this is spicy. This is a spicy spice. This is spice-alicious. Been in meetings, saw the news, and came here for my day lunch. Fuck yeah. I love it. I love that we're in your lunch break. But the president's assertion here is extravagant. I love that word. And as the government admits, indeed boasts. The economic and political consequences of the IEPA tariffs are astonishing. What a great sentence. Can we stop? I don't know. I mean, it's not, I don't know. I don't know, Jane. I don't know. I wish. Meowing, what happened? Reporting is already coming out that Dump is in full meltdown, already exploding during a meeting after learning of the scope. This is really bad for him. Like, this is super bad, people. This is super bad. There were two things that were critically important that Dump would do. First was tariff revenue. The second is also, so I'm so brain dead. So the first thing he did was the tariffs. And then the second thing he did, I can't remember now. God, I should just not look at chat. Oh, the governor's breakfast. Oh, that's right. Is that today? Oh my God. That's terrible. He used tariff threat to bully. Yeah, it's that. And then there was another thing he did. Shit, man. Now I can't remember what it was. It was in my brain. I should really just say things and then get them out. Anyway, it'll come back to me. Accountability Olympics delayed started in US become home. We're next. Oh. Wait. We're on a streak. All we do is win. The 10 billion. Yeah. Right. So here's the other thing. There's an appropriations process. He did, Pepper? He started saying these fucking courts? So, that's what it was. Okay, thank you. Pepper, you made me remember. He needed these tariffs to work, and he needed the big, beautiful bill because the corporate tax rate and all of the expensing that he allowed corporations to now do for everything they do in the United States, all the concessions made to corporations in the big, ugly bill, those are going to, that also is going to haunt. And he needed those two things to happen in order for him to be like still in the good graces of his donor class. They're going to claim that the ruling will undo all the tariff deals, bogus, and refunds won't be an issue. More lies. Okay, so this is important. Lee is in the trade industry, so she knows exactly how these things work. And what she says is, like maggots or whatever are going to claim that this ruling will undo all the tariff deals, but that's not true. Of the $287 billion taken in tariffs in 2025, what we just read was about 150 billion of that. So about half, right? In fact, a little more than half is under IEEPA. So, and what Lee is saying is that there are already mechanisms in place to refund tariffs that are then, rescinded, if you will. Sorry, I meant all trade deals and the promised investment. Yeah. Wait, let me read it again. And the refunds won't be an issue. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. The trade deals. No, it doesn't undo all the trade deals and the promised investment. It shouldn't do that, right? Like it shouldn't have anything to do with those things. But it does refunds some revenue. Refund to the, I don't know, where does the money go, Lee? Does it go back? Where does it go? Where does the taxes go? Does it go back to the importer or was the government breakfast just McDonald's? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Scott, hi Scott, how are you doing? We should probably talk about like how now what happens. Refunds back to the importer. Okay, so to the company here who's importing the goods because they initially pay it and then they are the ones who raise prices to make that money back. Right? Does that make sense? Is that a way of explaining it, Lee, that makes sense? I don't want to lie. I bet they won't. No, they're not going to lower any prices, Max. Of course. Nut Liquor has some refund scam thing. Does he, Pep? I didn't even hear about that. Oh, yeah, of course it'll trickle back down. Prices are going to come back down to pre-2025 levels. No, I'm kidding. They aren't. Okay, they're not. They're not. We're not getting any of that money back. We're not getting any of that money back. Sorry. Oh, wait, I'm going to fix my camera. Yeah, it's like, no, that's not going to. Yeah, I'm going to make myself a little bigger. How about that? Haberdashery. Oops. Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, man. God damn it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, I know it's locked. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man. Man. Just need to, I'm having problems with my symmetry, so I want to make myself a little bigger. Okay. All right. Some countries did promise outlandish investments to avoid high tariffs. Will depend on what paper. Right. What's on paper for these agreements? There's another good point, Lee, because you will have to convince me that Lucky Charms dude actually inked some of these deals. Okay. You're going to have to convince me of that. Businesses were selling their potential refund claims to investors for 20 to 30% of the total value, as refunds are not guaranteed. Yes, tariffs are refunded to the party that is shown as the importer of record on the CF 7501 entry summary. There you go. Is that a new flag on my wall? Yes, it is, meowing. No, it's new. Fuck, ice. It's not lit up very well. I have to figure out how to light it a little better. But yeah, that's my fuck ice flag. I'm so happy. I'm probably going to wear it. If I go out and protest, I'll probably wear it as a cape. That's kind of why I got it. Pep, I forgot about the details, but so here's the thing. I'll bet you anything, Pep. I would love to hear more about that because I'll bet you anything Nut Liquor is definitely figuring out a scam for this. Yup. And I think here's my theory. Hi, Andre. Here's my theory. I think Nut Liquor, while he might not have raped children, maybe, I don't know, I think he helped money launder. That's what I think Nut Liquor was doing. Cantor Fitzgerald, sorry. Okay? That's what I think Nut Liquor was involved in, was the money side. That's what I'm gonna guess. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm just saying. Yeah. Okay. La 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 la. The economic. Okay, wait. The president. Okay, yeah, I read all that. Damn. As the government, okay, that's where I was. The government points to projections that the tariffs will reduce the national deficit by $4 trillion, and that international agreements reached in reliance on the tariffs could be worth $15 trillion. In the president's view, whether we are a rich nation or a poor hangs in the balance. That's not true. That's just abjectly not true. I think he's a money launderer. That's what I'm going to guess with Nut Liquor. I could be wrong. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but let's go. That's all I'm saying. Let's go. Show me you're not. That's what I want to say. These stakes dwarf those of other major questions cases. As in those cases, a reasonable interpreter would not expect Congress to pawn such a big-time policy call off to another branch, and that would be the Nebraska case. The government and the principal dissent. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is still his opinion. Okay. The government and the principal dissent attempt to avoid application of the major questions doctrine on several grounds. None is convincing. The government argues first that the doctrine should not apply to emergency statutes, but this argument is nearly identical to one it already advanced in Nebraska. There, the government contended that a different emergency statute should be interpreted broadly because its whole point was to provide substantial discretion to respond to unforeseen emergencies. We rejected that argument in Nebraska, and we reject it here as well. Emergency powers, after all, tend to kindle emergencies. Wow, that was interesting. Dozens of IEPA emergencies remain ongoing today, including the first, declared over 4 decades ago in response to the Iranian hostage crisis. CRS, Casey, International Economic Powers Act at 20. And as the framers understood, emergencies can afford a ready pretext for usurpation of congressional power, where Congress has reason to be worried about its power slipping through its fingers. This Congress is not worried about that. I'm just saying. We in turn have every reason to expect Congress to use clear language to effectuate unbounded delegations, particularly of its one great power, the power of the purse. The government's and the principal's dissents proposed foreign affairs exceptions fares no better. As a general matter, the president, of course, enjoys some independent constitutional power over foreign affairs, even without congressional authorization, and Congress certainly may intend to give the president substantial authority and flexibility in many foreign affairs or national security contexts. But flipping the presumption under the major questions doctrine makes little sense when it comes to tariffs. As the government admits, the president and Congress do not enjoy concurrent constitutional authority to impose tariffs during peacetime. The framers gave that power to Congress alone, notwithstanding the obvious foreign affairs implications of tariffs. And whatever may be said of other powers that implicate foreign affairs, we would not expect Congress to relinquish its tariff power through vague language or without careful limits. The central thrust of the government's and the principal dissent's proposed exceptions appears to be that ambiguous delegations in statutes addressing the most major of major questions should necessarily be construed broadly. But it simply does not follow from the fact that a statute deals with major problems that it should be read to delegate all major powers for which there may be a colorable textual basis. It is in precisely such cases that we should be alert to claims that sweeping delegations, particularly delegations of core congressional powers, lurk in ambiguous statutory text. There is no major questions exception to the major questions doctrine. Accordingly, the president must, quote, point to clear congressional authorization to justify his extraordinary assertion of the power to impose tariffs. He cannot. Oh, ouch, boom, mic drop. This is Section B. To begin, IEPA authorizes the president to investigate, block during the pendency of an investigation, regulate, direct and compel, nullify, void, prevent, or prohibit importation or exportation. Absent from this lengthy list of powers is any mention of tariffs or duties. That omission is notable in light of the significant but specific powers Congress did go to the trouble of naming. It stands to reason that Congress intended to convey the distinct and extraordinary power to impose tariffs. It would have done so expressly, as it consistently has in other tariff statutes. The power to regulate importation does not fill that void. Regulate, as that term is ordinarily used, means to fix, establish, or control, to adjust by rule, method, or established mode, to direct by rule or restriction, to subject to governing principles or laws. This definition captures much of what a government does on a day-to-day basis. Indeed, if regulate is as broad as the principal dissent suggests, then the other 8 verbs in Section 1702 are simply wasted ink. But the facial breadth of regulate places in stark relief what the term is not usually thought to include: taxation. The U.S. Code is replete with statutes granting the executive authority to regulate someone or something. Yet the government cannot identify any statute in which the power to regulate includes the power to tax. The government concedes, for example, that the Securities and Exchange Commission cannot tax the trading of securities, even though it is expressly authorized to regulate the trading of securities. We are therefore skeptical that IEPA and IEPA alone, Congress hid a delegation of its birthright power to tax within the quotidian power to regulate. Taxes, to be sure, may accomplish regulatory ends, but it does not follow that the power to regulate something includes the power to tax it as a means of regulation. Congressional practice suggests as much. When Congress addresses both the power to regulate and the power to tax, it does so separately and expressly. In Section USC, Section 460 BB 9A, distinguishing between the power to tax persons, franchise, or private property on lands and the power to regulate the private lands. Those are very two distinct things. Government-sponsored enterprise does not have the power to tax or regulate interstate commerce. That is unsurprising, as the power to regulate commerce is entirely distinct from the right to levy taxes. Those are in quotations. That Congress did not grant those authorities separately here is strong evidence that regulate in IEPA does not include taxation. A contrary reading would render IEPA partly unconstitutional. Oops. IEPA authorizes the president to regulate importation or exportation. Taxing exports, however, is expressly forbidden by the Constitution. The neighboring words with which regulate is associated also suggest that Congress did not intend for regulate to include the revenue-raising power. Regulate is one of 9 verbs listed in Section 1702. Each authorizes a distinct action a president might take in sanctioning foreign actors or controlling domestic actors engaged in foreign commerce, blocking imports, for example, or prohibiting transactions. Presidential practice under IEPA demonstrates as much. Blocking importation of diamonds from insurgent regime in Sierra Leone is an example. Prohibiting transactions with those who threaten to disrupt the Middle East peace process, another example. None of IEPA's authorities include the distinct and extraordinary power to raise revenue, and the fact that no president has ever found such power in IEPA is strong evidence that it does not exist, and we can't even make it up. That's what he's saying. Wait, Pep, what'd you say? Unless there's some legal action. Maybe they weren't alone in offering this option to importers. Oh, wait, what did Neil say? I think Lutnick laundered Epstein money with junk bonds, fake profitable companies, issued bonds based on Bitcoin on the balance sheet, also fake. And then when I would put good money on some involvement with financial transactions being Nutlicker's, specialty. I don't think he was, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. These motherfuckers are sick. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. And actually, Nutlicker laughs a lot when Epstein is brought up. If you haven't noticed that, watch if Nutlicker is standing in the Oval with Trump and someone asks about Epstein, watch Nutlicker because he breaks into nervous laughter. It's really weird. It's really fucking weird. And he can't control it. Like, he cannot control himself. It's Man, I really hope this Andrew thing is the start of something good. I don't think it's going to be. I think that's too much in the movie in my head, but I really hope there's a call to action. None of IEPA's authorities, and the fact, oh yeah, that's right. Well, that's right. Our task today is to decide only whether the power to regulate importation as granted to the president in IEPA embraces the power to impose tariffs. It does not. The government, echoed point for point by the principal dissent, marshals several arguments in response. First, it contends that IEPA confers the power to impose tariffs because early commentators and this court's cases discuss tariffs in the context of the Constitution's Commerce Clause. But that answers the wrong question. The question is not, as the government would have it, whether tariffs can ever be a means of regulating commerce. It is instead whether Congress, when conferring the power to regulate importation, gave the president the power to impose tariffs at his sole discretion. And Congress's pattern of usage is most relevant to answering that question. The pattern is plain. When Congress grants the power to impose tariffs, it does so clearly and with careful constraints. It did neither here. I want to see what this footnote says. The principal dissent surmises that the president could impose, quote, most if not all of the tariffs at issue under statutes other than IEPA. The cited statutes contain various combinations of procedural prerequisites, required agency determinations, and limits on the duration, amount, and scope of the tariff they authorize. So Kavanaugh's doing some heavy, heavy work here. Trying to say, yeah, you can't use IEPA, but you can use other things. You can do other things. I like beer. Anyway, so that's, yeah, we have that to look forward to. The government raises another contextual argument because regulate lies between two poles in IEPA, compel on the affirmative end and prohibit on the negative end. The term naturally includes the less extreme, more flexible tool of tariffs. But tariffs, as discussed above, are different in kind, not degree, from the other authorities in IEPA. Unlike those authorities, tariffs operate directly on domestic importers to raise revenue for the Treasury. Even though a tariff is, in some sense, less extreme than an outright compulsion or prohibition, it does not follow that tariffs lie on the spectrum between those poles. They are instead very clearly a branch of the taxing power and fall outside the spectrum entirely. Finding no support in the statute the president invoked, the government turns to one he did not, IEPA's predecessor, TWEA. In 1975, the Court of Customs and Patent Appeals held that the authority to regulate importation in TWEA authorized President Nixon to impose limited tariffs, U.S. versus Yoshida International. When Congress enacted IEPA 2 years later, the government contends that it conveyed the same authority, except without the limits. The argument cannot bear the weight of the government places on it. While the court sometimes assumes that Congress incorporates judicial definitions into legislation, we do so only when the term's meaning was well settled before the adoption. A single expressly limited opinion from a specialized intermediate appellate court does not clear that hurdle. The tariff authority asserted by President Nixon, moreover, was far removed from TWEA's original purpose of sanctioning foreign belligerents. We are therefore skeptical that Congress enacted IEPA with an eye toward granting that novel power. The government has another historical argument based on this court's wartime precedents. According to the government, these precedents acknowledge an inherent presidential power to impose tariffs during armed conflict. And, the argument goes, Congress in TWEA and then in IEPA codified these precedents. But this argument fails at both steps. Insofar as the government relies on wartime cases themselves, they are facially inapposite. Regardless of what they may mean for the president's inherent wartime authority, all agree that the president has no inherent peacetime authority to impose tariffs. Let's go to the footnote. The government, citing the IEPA House Committee report, contends that Congress indisputably knew of Yoshida's interpretation of TWEA. But even taking the report at face value, it hardly helps the government. The report explains that successive presidents have seized upon the open-endedness of TWA Section 5B to turn that section, through usage, into something quite different from what it was envisioned in 1917. That is not exactly a stamp of approval on the action Yoshida guardedly endorsed. And in any event, the government's new of standard falls well short of the broad and unquestioned judicial consensus we have required to conclude that Congress incorporated a judicial definition into a statutory term. So fuck off. Andy is over a barrel. The leak of classified info is the easiest to prove and get conviction. I heard it's potentially life in prison. Is that true? Yeah, he just has to start a war. I know, no problem, right? But he has to start a war with all the countries. You can't just, you can impose tariffs on the country you're at war with. So if he wants to impose tariffs on Iran, okay. Yeah, misconduct in public office is potential life in prison. That's what I heard from BBC. I was listening to the BBC yesterday and they said that too. Hey, who has the power to declare war? Well, that would be Congress too. Jane says, I think Lutnick Nutlicker, come on, Jane, get it right, was running a modernized Mogilevich scam. Yeah, isn't Iran already sanctioned? We don't buy anything from Iran. That's what I'm saying. If he wants to, he would have to start a war with China. He would have to start a war with like the people he's imposing tariffs on. So are we at war with everybody? He's in trouble. Yeah, this is big trouble. Yeah, Andy, here's the thing. Andy better stay away from Windows. That's all I have to say. I would not go near Windows if I were Andy. Okay? I'm sorry. No, I'm not even kidding either. I think he's... Oh, Nutlicker? He fucking started Cantor Fitzgerald. Oh, he's a piece of shit. He's very smart. He's very smart. Yeah, here's the thing, but he cannot use the tariffs against a country that he's not at war with. That's it. He can't do it. That's the problem. Yeah, that look of the vampire. We just watched Sinners and then seeing Andrew in the back of that car. Sit the fuck up. I mean, you're being released from prison. Okay, how stupid are you? Sit the fuck up and just be like, whatever. Hey, like why are you laying down in the back of a car? You look like a fucking idiot. I love it. I mean, I'm here for it. Be scared, bitch. That's all I have to say. Be the fuck scared. Anyway, let's see. Regardless of what they might mean for the president's inherent wartime authority, all agree that the president has no inherent peacetime, nor are we persuaded that the dots connect. If you know, you know. From our wartime presidents through multiple iterations of TWEA to IEPA, such that IEPA should be interpreted to grant the president an expansive peacetime tariff power. So, sorry. This argument relies extensively on a series of inferences drawn from scant legislative history. Such an attenuated chain cannot support, much less clearly support, a reading of IEPA that includes the distinct power to impose tariffs. So there. They're going to go through a bunch of precedents. I'm not going to read that. I want to kind of get to, let's see, Section 3. The president asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of unlimited amount, duration, and scope. In light of the breadth, history, and constitutional context of that asserted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it. IEPA's grant of authority to regulate importation falls short. IEPA contains no reference to tariffs or duties. The government points to no statute in which Congress uses the word regulate to authorize taxation, and until now, no president has read IEPA to confer such power. Why would he dissent? I don't really know. That's why I want to read his dissent to see what he picked on. The Senate already passed bills to revoke tariffs, and the House took symbolic votes last week to rescind. Really? Really? The other options to impose tariffs have time limits and control points. Yeah, and they're in. Yeah, right, Lee. Like there's a way. Oh man, this guy's fucked. I'm sorry. This is why he's so mad, because this is a big loss. Blackmail photos from his college drinking days. That could definitely be. See, the thing is though, we got to read his thing. I want to read his thing. Hold on, we're gonna find it. Okay, but let's read this part because this is the fun. The judgment of the United States. Wait, no, we're going to do it.
The judgment of the United States Courts of Appeals for Federal Circuit in case number 25-250 is affirmed. The judgment of the United States District Court in the District of Columbia in case 24-1287 is vacated, and the case is remanded with instructions to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. It is so ordered. Nah.
Okay, where's the dissent? Come on, bitch. Gorsuch concurred. Well, whatever. All right, we don't give a shit what you say. How about that? Unpack that. Why don't you unpack this, bitch? Gorsuch. He's not released as such. He's released under investigation. Carrie knows. Carrie's our UK expert. Just so you know, they'll be watching and can call him in. Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's fucked. Oh, Thomas's dissent is interesting. Oh, okay. Let's do it. I don't know where anything. You know what? I could try to. Can I search? No, this is still Gorsuch. Okay, wait. I got to get down to the bottom, don't I? There's Kavanaugh. Okay, Kavanaugh. Was Kavanaugh I want to see Kavanaugh. Let's read a little Kavanaugh, then we're going to go to a little Thomas. Oh, here we go. Thomas is first. Fabs. I don't give a shit what Alito says. He's an idiot. I mean, they're all idiots, but I still don't give a shit what he says. Oh, my God. Wait. Oh, Kagan. Okay. Jackson. Wait. Here we go. Justice Thomas dissenting. I join. Yeah, Kager Cav. Yeah, Thomas, Alito, and Kager Cav. I have a friend in Thames Valley Police, but I don't dare ask them over social media. Maybe I need an emergency trip to the UK. There you go, Lee. I think we need a road trip. Let's do it. The three dissents were Kavanaugh, Thomas, and Alito. Not unexpected. Kavanaugh's a little surprising, but, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it was his turn. I'm not really sure. Starmer has refused a request from President Dump to use UK-controlled military bases for potential preemptive strike. Womp, womp. Womp, womp. Wait, where's it? Oh, I'm sorry. Starmer's not going to let you use those bases. Bummer. Sucks to be you. I join Justice Kavanaugh's principled dissent in full. And let me tell you why. As he explains, the court's decision today cannot be justified as a matter of statutory interpretation. Congress authorized the president to regulate importation. Throughout American history, the authority to regulate importation has been understood to include the authority to impose duties on imports. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. They just told you why it isn't true. The meaning of that phrase was beyond doubt by the time that Congress enacted this statute shortly after President Nixon's highly publicized duties on imports were upheld based on identical language. Oh. The statute that the president relied on, therefore, authorized him to impose the duties on imports at issue in those cases. Justice Kavanaugh makes clear that the court errs in concluding otherwise. I write separately to explain why the statute at issue here is consistent with the separation of powers as an original matter. The Constitution's separation of powers forbids Congress from delegating core legislative power to the president. This principle, known as the non-delegation doctrine, is rooted in the Constitution's legislative vesting clause and due process clause. Yes, I'm making the argument against myself, but hold on. Both clauses forbid Congress from delegating core legislative power, which is the power to make substantive rules setting the conditions for deprivations of life, liberty, or property. Well, then you need to talk to your boy, okay, Mr. Thomas? Because the dude that you love so much that really gets you going is literally doing those things. I don't know. Because the Constitution assigns Congress many powers that do not implicate the non-delegation doctrine, Congress may delegate the exercise of many powers to the president. Well, did they? I know. I don't want to watch I want to boycott the Sodu. At the same time, I don't want to boycott the Sodu because I want to hear it. Does that make sense? I'm not sure. We should think about that. Why don't you guys let me know what you think? But I actually think we should watch it. I'm sorry. I understand the boycotting is actually really good, and I do. But I don't really like, I want to hear what he says. I'm sorry. And I know it's like, whatever. I don't know. I could go either way. And you know what? Frankly, I'm going to be real. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I do not enjoy speeches at like rallies and shit. You know what I mean? Like they're having that alternate Sodu, which actually might be interesting. But you know what? Yeah, except it only count as one watch. That's true, Audrey. I'm going to be honest with you. When I go to protest things and all that stuff, I am not there for the speeches. It's just me. They don't inspire me. They don't teach me anything necessarily. And so the rah-rah speeches and all that stuff, it doesn't get me anywhere. It wastes my time, frankly. I already support what they're doing. So I kind of need to hear him and what he's saying, because what he says actually tells me what his bosses are telling him to say. Okay? That's what, I mean, so I'm struggling. I'm going to be honest. I'm really struggling because I don't know. I could go either way. I mean, it's just a speech, so it's not the end of the world. But in terms of that or watching a rally, I don't know. I just don't think I really would. UK's refusal is based on the assessment that the proposed U.S. strikes on Iran nuclear facilities do not meet the legal threshold for preemption. Well, thank God. Here we go. Justice Kavanaugh, I write separately to explain why the statute at issue here is consistent with the separation of powers. Oh, I already read that. Both clauses forbid Congress from delegating core legislative power, which is the power to make substantive rules setting the conditions for deprivations of life, liberty, or property. Neither clause prohibits Congress from delegating other kinds of power. Because the Constitution assigns Congress many powers that do not implicate the non-delegation doctrine, Congress may delegate the exercise of many, but they didn't. The power to impose duties on imports can be delegated. Okay, I'm going to read this. I refer to the charges on imported goods as duties, not tariffs or taxes. I refer to charges on import. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm waiting for people to comment. I mean, I want to watch it. I'm going to be honest. I know but I don't want to not support boycotts. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not, I don't want to cross a boycott line either. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of days between now and Tuesday. Let me tell you. Okay. There's a lot that could happen between now and Tuesday. Okay, so Thomas says, I refer to charges on imported goods as duties, not tariffs or taxes. Oh, so he personally has a definition. What? It's just wrong? It's just a wrong thing? When the government charged money for importing goods, that charge was historically called a custom or impost, each of which was a kind of duty. See Webster, blah, blah, blah. The word tariff primarily refers to the schedule or table listing such duties, not the duties themselves. Okay. The word tax, although sometimes used loosely to refer to all kinds of monetary charges, more often excluded duties on imports. I don't even know. In fact, although colonial Americans staunchly contested efforts by Parliament to tax them, they often conceded the authority of the British government to regulate commerce through financial extractions, including prohibitory tariffs. In the most widely read and universally approved response to the Stamp Act, Morgan & Morgan, Daniel Delaney wrote, "A right to impose an internal tax on the colonies without their consent for the single purpose of revenue is denied. A right to regulate their trade without their consent is admitted." But that's Congress, bitch. The imposition of a duty may in some instances be the proper regulation. Considerations on the propriety of imposing taxes on blah, 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 blah. Likewise, Benjamin Franklin. Oh, we got Benjamin Franklin. Elementary school. Famously conceded Britain's right of laying duties to well, if Ben said it, then whatever. I don't know. Taxes in the British considerations on the propriety of imposing taxes on the British colonies. Blah blah blah. Likewise, Benjamin Franklin famously conceded Britain's right to laying duties to regulate commerce, but rejected its power to lay internal taxes. Explaining that the colonists denied, but conceded the right to raise revenue. The Royalist Revolution. Blah 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 blah. Okay. All right. Okay. Can be delegated. At the founding, the power was regarded as many powers over foreign commerce that could be delegated to the president. Power over foreign commerce was not within the core legislative power, and engaging in foreign commerce was regarded as a privilege rather than a right. Early Congresses often delegated to the president the power to regulate foreign commerce, including through duties on imports. What? When? As I suggested over a decade ago, the non-delegation doctrine does not apply to a delegation of power to make rules governing private conduct in the area of foreign trade, including rules imposing. So he's basically saying that Congress doesn't have to delegate this to Congress doesn't have to delegate this to the president. It's in the non-delegation thing. I didn't think you'd be here today. Oh, Karen, I love you. Duties or tariffs being interchangeable. Yeah. Okay. All right. I love you. I guess we aren't getting tariff checks now. Well, I want to talk to you about like actual money, like the money that came in and the deficits, the trade deficits that we have existing, like what has actually happened as a result, as a result of that. Yeah, I can't eat any more grapes. Early Congresses. Okay. Therefore, to the extent that the court relies on separation of powers principles to rule against a president, it is mistaken. The non-delegation doctrine is rooted in both the legislative vesting clause and the due process clause. The doctrine ensures that the legislative branch cannot transfer the power of making laws to any other hands. Well, okay, you're going to have to check on that one too. Importantly, however, the non-delegation doctrine applies only to Congress's core legislative. Well, okay. Okay. The non-delegation doctrine only applies to Congress's core legislative power, not to all of its powers. Okay. And this is not a core, the power to tax is not a core legislative power. What? Excuse me. The legislative vesting clause grants Congress alone the federal legislative power. It requires that all legislative powers granted to the federal government shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. It follows that those federal legislative powers cannot be exercised by anyone else, including the president. Okay, you wrote it. I'm gonna print it. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna print it. It follows that those federal legislative powers cannot be exercised by anyone else, including the president. Okay, you're getting yourself into a little corner here. Legislative power for purposes of the vesting clause means the power to make substantive rules setting the conditions for deprivations of life, liberty, or property. I have described this power as the core legislative power to distinguish it from other powers that the Constitution grants Congress. Oh, this is your interpretation. Oh, okay. I don't know. I wonder if Jameson's going to get the boot because he's pretty expendable. And that's him on the screen, by the way. That's our trade representative, Jameson Greer. He's also the Lucky Charms guy. I don't know. He could probably fall back on the Lucky Charms gig. Let's see. I have described this power. Core legislative power includes only the power to make law in the Blackstonian sense of generally applicable rules of private conduct, the violation of which results in the deprivation of core private rights. These core private rights are the natural rights of to life, liberty, and property. Adjudication, blah, blah, blah. The non-delegation doctrine is also rooted in the due process clause. That clause prohibits the federal government from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Well, watch them. Okay. Okay. I'll go back to the cookie business. That's right. The tree is waiting. Keebler elf. Keebler trade elf. The founders modeled it on Chapter 39 of the old Magna Carta, which prohibited the deprivation of a free man's private rights except by the lawful judgment of his peers in the law of the land. Well, again, Mr. Thomas, you are really fucking yourself up. By the founding, the Magna Carta was understood to mean that no subject would be deprived of a private right. Sorry, I think I need some coffee. Okay. A rule made by someone other than the legislature, such as the king, was not the law of the land. Chief Justice Coke, there was a Coke judge? Wow. Famously held invalid the king's proclamation prohibiting new buildings in London because the king could not create any offense without parliament. When the founders transplanted the same principle to the Due Process Clause, they ensured that when the government wanted to deprive people of the familiar core private rights of life, liberty, and property, it could not do so on the Why are you even talking about this? Okay, neither the legislative vesting clause nor the due process forbids Congress from delegating its other powers, but they haven't delegated it. And you can't. I don't think it can be delegated it. Thomas is engaging patiently in a larger project. He is writing beyond this case, as all his dissents do. Yeah, it's kind of kitchen sink here, isn't it? I understand basically what I think he's saying is that that he feels that duties, i.e. tariffs, are not taxes and therefore can be done by the president under the non-delegation. Right. Yeah, we're talking about the Magna Carta. That's right. We're back to the Magna Carta. A big letter. We're back to the big letter. Many of Congress's powers fall within the core legislative power subject to the non-delegation doctrine. For example, Constitution gives Congress the power to regulate commerce among the states. Congress can thus make substantive rules for interstate trade, such as by restricting drug shipments. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Likewise, the Constitution gives Congress many other powers that implicate life, liberty, and property, including the power to provide for the punishment of counterfeiting. Oh, he really is just filling it in. Okay, I understand. So basically, I'm not going to read any more of that. I'm done. Wow. Okay, well, here's the thing. I think Roberts, I don't know. I kind of want to see what the reaction is to this now. Live 11 minutes ago. Let me see. I want to see him melt down. Oh, shit. Is this live? Oh, shit. Is this live? Oh, shit. Jameson, move.
Well, just enough to move this out.
Hold on to your land. You got to hold on. Hold on. And don't let go. Oh, wait. I want to go. I'm going to keep it over here. I'll be seeing you in every. There's no cooter tariff, Carla. That's right, goddammit. Protect the cooters. Don't tax my cooter. Don't tax my cooter. Don't tax my cooter. Sorry. Carla and I like to talk about cooters a lot. I'm sorry about that. Leave us alone. Carla, down there, near, 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 near. 12:45. Nuh-uh. Or nuh-uh. He's gonna be mad. He's gonna be mad. Is Corinne? Corinne should be over on this. Wait, can you see? She should be over in this corner. Jameson might be covering her. Let's get Jameson a little smaller. Little tiny guy. Little tiny guy. Ah, hey, Lucky Charms. I'm not so lucky. I'm not that lucky. Here we go. Tom, do they schedule anything for him before noon? Oh, he's very mad when he has to do stuff before noon. Here's Caroline. She's wearing her matron's dress today. Mayon, meaning beautiful one, give her near perfectly symmetric. Mayon is also beautiful right now. It's still being a nightmare there. Her name comes from local legend about two lovers, Mayon being the goddess, and I'm blanking on her consort's name for clouds. Mayon meaning beautiful one. Oh, I love that. Clayburg! I'm so excited. Yeah. Corinne is Corinne Clifford. She is a former internet sensation who then started following freedom movements and also tries to be a journalist, but she's not a journalist. She's an idiot. And she has a song. She has a famous song. They just turned the lights off. And she has a song, My Pussy. She sings about her pussy. I mean, really, she does. I'm not kidding. Yeah, he probably doesn't have enough makeup on. It very much concerns me that she is having another child. Caroline? No, she's just doing her part for the Reich. Come on, Sharon Brown. Don't get on Caroline. She's just producing babies for the Reich. Come on. With her very, very much older husband, which I married someone 22 years older than I did on my first marriage, so I can say nothing about women marrying older men. Because been there, done that. Have the divorce papers. I love my ex-husband. I love you. I won't say your name, but I love you. I love all my ex-husbands. And they love me.
Cap.
Not enough to be married to me, but yeah, come on, she's a good German. Come on, Sharon. Think about it. Teresa Carter's in the house. Where's my baby? Where's my sister? Hi, babe. Oh my God. I got all the gal squad in here almost. Tina's not here. Oh, wait. No, I don't actually. Tina and J Rance aren't here, so I don't have all the gal squad. Cooter in the house, yeah. Why is it dark? Their lights just went out, Clay. Or we're going to have the first ever White House briefing that includes a number from Bob Fosse. Yeah, and they could be just preparing for that. God, I hope I get it. I hope I get it. Yeah, Teresa brings fucking receipts, okay? Quietly, deadly, she brings receipts. Teresa's an amazing researcher. God, I hope I get it. I hope I get it. One singular sensation, every little step she takes. One thrilling combination, every move that she makes. Da, 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 boom, boom. Oh, Sharon Brown coming in hot. Per the New York Times, based on reporting from late 2025, Cantor Fitzgerald, the firm led by Brandon Nutlicker, son of Howard Nutlicker, engaged in a strategy to purchase tariffs refunds. What? Purchase rights to tariff? What? How do you even do that? How do you even do that? While we're waiting, did you see my comments in regards to my idea that Andrew has nothing but a sacrificial lamb for what's to come from Europe against the damage we're doing? I mean, it definitely could be. I think Andrew has a lot of dirt on people, though. So I think while he's a sacrificial lamb in many respects, I really do think that he has, unfortunately, some things he could probably talk about. And so if I were him, I would stay away from windows. I wouldn't drink any tea. And I wouldn't shake hands with anybody, okay? I have an email from C.F. Oppenheimer, did the same. Wait, what did they do? Holding up an orange board would be hilarious. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail? Let's see. What was I going to say? Howard Nutlicker. Don't sit on a public bench either in UK. Just saying. Oh yeah, Audrey, that's right. Don't walk in the park in the UK. Don't sit on a bench. Don't do any of those things. Yeah, maybe Trump will spit out his dentures. That would be fun. I think this. Somebody said, I hope we see a live stroke. We might, because this is really big. Okay, guys. If the big beautiful bill or big ugly bill didn't pass, and then he would be this upset. This is the two things he wanted. Brian Glenn is back in good graces, Clayburg. He was in the Oval the other day, actually. Oh, no, he wasn't. He was in the gaggle outside. He's not in the Oval anymore. So watch your dry cleaned undershorts, too, for frog dart poison. Yes. Oh, my God. Don't get your underwear dry cleaned. Do your own laundry. Don't wear underwear. How about that? How about that? Yes, he's still with MTG. They're in love. They're like really super in love. Yeah. And MTG is not a good person. She just happened to be told that she couldn't run for Senate in Georgia, and that's why she's so against Trump right now. Okay? So don't get it twisted. Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't give a flying rat's fuck ass about any victims of Jeffrey Epstein or Donald Trump. She does not care. She was told she couldn't run for Senate in Georgia, and that's why she's pissed. So fuck you, MTG. You fucking fuck. She's out of the club. And now she's mad about it. She's mad. She's mad. Yeah. It's not gonna, it doesn't, and this is the thing, it shouldn't have to unwind trade deals, as Lee was saying, because they're saying, before the decision, the loss could force the government to unwind trade deals. Well, no. I mean, you do have to pay, you do have to pay tens of billions. Yep, 142 billion to be precise. 142 billion in tariffs has to go. About half the tariffs were under IEPA. That's big money. Yeah, I love Dave Troy. We've been reading a lot of him, Sharon. We love. Yeah, we read Massey, MTG, and Ro Khanna. Yeah, I have never trusted Ro Khanna. I'm so sorry. I mean, for whatever it's worth, Ro Khanna to me seems like an opportunist. I could be wrong. I could eat my words. I'm not, whatever. Oh, thank you, Michael. But yeah, I don't. Oh, there's the lights. Oh, there's the lights. Yeah, I just don't trust Ro Khanna. I need to be convinced. Does that make sense? Result from an Epstein search for tariff. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You know what else I want to figure out is this whole New Albany, Ohio project that Les Wexner created. It was almost like the first network state where he basically funded this affluent little town called New Albany, Ohio. And, oh my God, you guys, we have to listen to some of the Les Wexner testimony. I have it queued up, but I have a few places, and it'll be hard to find. But we'll go over some of that because I really, really want to, I really want you to hear some of the stuff that fucking Les Wexner, who needs to be in prison for the rest of his life. And that's not long because that bitch is old, okay? Ooh, just got another email offering 45% purchase rate for IEPA. Wait a minute. Wait, Lee, can you explain, if you can, how can Howard Nutlicker's son buy tariff refunds? How is that possible? I don't get it. How is that? How's that work? Wow. They're already on it, right, Lee? There's no grass growing on this rolling rock. It's going to roll right over that bitch. Has Dump still got the money to repay? I don't know, Carrie. That's a real fucking good. Actually, I want to look at the financials. Hold on. Oh, wait. Did you give me a link? No. Wait. Oh, yeah. Jmail. Where'd it go? Hold on. Oh, it's pretty quiet. Looks like it's going to be. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Whoa. Okay. All right, hold on. I can't get my thing. All right, President, just Sit there for a minute, okay? Take another minute because I want to read this email. Come on. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, J-mail. All right, so there's no subject, July 21st, 2018, Jeffrey Epstein to whatever. There's an article from Fortune, please note. And then Jeffrey Epstein to Steve Bannon, Mr. Three Pens. Oh my God. Problem is that tariff can be countered by currency devaluation equals C2. Example, if the tariff before equals the yuan is 7, so that the sale is 7 yuan on the Chinese books after the tariff. For every dollar you sold, you converted to, for example, proposed 7. Oh my God. Trade wars worked when currencies were not computerized. It sends a message, but like a hack attack, there are many defenses. The Russians that are currently sanctioned get all their salmon from Belarus and not Norway. And Norway first ships to Belarus, and they relabel the boxes. Putin said he loved the Belarusians as they appear to have figured out how to grow salmon in potato fields. Steve Bannon sends an email to Jeffrey Epstein. How am I supposed to think of the global currency war? Jeffrey, tell me what to think. Tell me what to think, Jeffrey. Tell me what to think. Steve Bannon needs to be fucking investigated too, that cunt. That's what I say. Oh my God, why is this doing this? Why is this doing this? Okay, sorry. 3-2 Canada, 35.2 seconds to go in the third. Holy shit. Oh my God, really? You guys came back? Wait, you guys came back to you're beating them now? Neil, that's so exciting. The cash, what the fuck is that? The cash doesn't have to actually be available for the refunds to process deficit spending. Oh my God. Oh, that's what I was going to look up. Hold on. What is the current term? Wow. Okay, so this is really interesting. Can I read to you? Let me tell you. The U.S. goods and services trade deficit widened. That means got bigger. Yeah. To a $70.3 billion in December 2025, driven by a 3.6% increase in imports and a 1.7% decrease in exports. The total trade deficit for the full year was $901.5 billion, slightly lower than in 2024, despite the high monthly volatility. All right, so that's the deficit. Now, that's the trade deficit, rather. National debt. So, was all this money supposed to lower debt? Isn't that what I heard? I heard we were supposed to lower debt. And why are we running a deficit when we cut all this spending? Why are we running such a huge deficit if we cut all this spending? Why are you running the same level of deficit as fucking 2024 when you cut all this spending? What happened? Did you make more money? No, wait, did you see the clip from Kleberg about Trump cussing out SCOTUS in his meeting? No, but she told me about it, and I want to find it. Is it in Signal? I'll find it if it's in Signal. So let me tell you about the national debt, okay? That was the trade deficit, okay? Which was also supposed to go away, by the way. We were supposed to be making money on that, because then that money would go to pay down this thing. As of February 2026, the U.S. national debt has surpassed $38.6 trillion. Yeah, okay. Let me see. Let me get to the... Let me get this. Oops. Where is it? Where's my shit? Where's the shit? Oh my god. Okay, can I show it in like years? Can I share this? Okay, here we go. This is what I want. This is how we do it. I don't want that. I want it to be a chart. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Oh yeah, that's your fingers. Gross. Okay, let me show you this. Boop. Yeah, about that national debt. It's hard to see, but let me see if I can make it. Like, I don't think that's gonna be it. I don't think. Can I do this? Oh, it's not gonna make it bigger. Anyway, if you can see, this is 2022. Whoops, let me. This is 2022. Do you see down here 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and into 2026? Do you see? And this is the line. 2022, a little under 30. Oh, here we go. 28.43 trillion in September of 2021. Okay? You with me? You with me? Let's see. Then in 2022, September 30, the report was 30.93, up a little bit. And then 9/30/2023, 33.17, going up. 2024, 9/30, 35.45. Yucky poo poo, right? Well, here comes dump. Here we go. Boop, boop, boop. Up here, as of 9/30/2025, so it's even not the full year. Hello. Our debt was 37.64, and now it's 38. It's gone up. So you're not lowering the deficit. You're not increasing revenue. Or we don't know where that revenue is going. So, yeah. I mean, 40 billion, didn't like 40 billion of it go to fucking Argentina or someone? And 10 billion is going to go to the Board of Peas. Right? So, I'm sorry, but facts matter. Facts fucking matter. And this boring little show that I do is focused on trying to understand the fucking facts. Right? Oh my God, do you guys win? I'm very excited for you, Canada. Congratulations. I'm very happy after your heartbreaking loss. I would expect an increase in enforcement of trade laws to generate revenue from past errors. Oh, okay. If you or someone you know is interested in a new career, go and work for a customs. Oh my God, it's so cold. If you know a veteran who was in logistics, oh, okay, here we go. Lee's being serious, okay? If you know a veteran who is in logistics, the jobs are booming in the trade area. So, you know, hit us up. I'm probably going to reopen. I know. It's not a boring show, Sharon. That's right. Customs broker. Okay, customs broker. Okay. I'm probably going to bring the Discord back this weekend. I just need to kind of figure out like how to set up some good, safe boundaries for us, you know, just the normal stuff that you should do when you're managing a community space, I guess. So not, I guess you should. So yeah, I'll probably fire up the Discord. Everything's there. It's just on private. So, let's see. Wexner lies. Yeah, Teresa, we need to talk about Wexner. We're going to talk about him a little bit after we hear this fucking bag of skin talk. Yeah. So I definitely want to talk about Wexner because he's got a lot to say too. And, he is really a gross liar. Like he is such an incredibly disgusting person and claims no knowledge and didn't, you know, he says like Jeffrey stole hundreds of millions of dollars from him, right? He gave Jeffrey Epstein power of attorney over a bunch of trusts and things, right? So apparently, you know, Jeffrey spent that money and basically he's now claiming that Jeffrey Epstein stole hundreds of thousands of hundreds of millions of dollars from him. But here's what he said. He said that he had told his lawyers, you know, when he found out that it was happening. This is all bullshit, by the way. That's why it's such a bad story. When he found out it was happening, he basically told his lawyers to deal with it. And then he never thought about it again. Really? You lose hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, I know you're a rich person. Don't get me wrong, Les. L Brands, The Limited, Victoria's Secret, all that shit. But hundreds of millions of dollars, you're going to notice that. And actually, you might want a status report from your lawyers to tell you that, you know, how you're going to get that money back or go after him. But you didn't, did you, Les? You didn't. Because Jeffrey was doing exactly what you wanted him to do, and you were just letting it happen because he was probably making you feel good. So go fuck yourself, Les, and stop talking about the fact that, oh, you don't know who Maria Farmer is, and, oh, she lived on my property? Oh, I don't even know. I never saw her. I never met her. I don't know. Why should I care? I don't know. He's a pig. Boycott Victoria's Secret. Boycott The Limited. Boycott whatever the fucking L brands are until, I don't know, is Les Wexner still the head of the fucking L brands? That's what I want to know. Did he retire? I hope. I wish really bad things on these people. I'm going to tell you that right now. Oh, that's the other thing. And, oh my God, he was being asked questions about an OBGYN at Ohio State University that Jeffrey Epstein paid quarterly from the Wexner Trusts. Okay, stay with me. Jeffrey Epstein paid an OBGYN, Lanford, I think was his name, from OSU to whatever, provide services, and did $25,000 a quarter. And Les Wexner goes, I have no idea what that is. I would never have authorized that. And then the person asked him, well, are you familiar with Strauss, the other doctor at OSU that abused students for years and years and years? Hi, Spider Mike. Are you aware? Are you familiar with that person? And he's like, Strauss? And it's like, and then the person says, you were the chair of the board of Ohio State University when Strauss was under investigation and people were complaining about sexual abuse from Strauss on athletes. What do you mean you don't know who Strauss is? You fucking liar. You fucking lie. Oh, that's right. The GYN is his wife's and daughter's GYN. He happened to know that. But he's not the one who says that the GYN was introduced to Epstein by him. So I don't know. It was just dumb luck. It was just dumb luck. So yeah, all those doctors and lawyers, they have a shit ton to answer for. It's very fascinating. And I wasn't going to watch the Les Wexner stuff because I'm like, do I care what he has to say? No. But actually, it's very important because the way he lies is really bad. And it's a big tell. It's a real big tell. So, yeah, Les Wexner, you're a pig and you need to go to fucking prison and die there. That's what you need, because you're like 91 years old. And I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. Or something, 90 years old. I see DJT is slower than the second coming of Christ. Well, he would love that comparison, Mike. But no, he's pooping. Okay, that's what happens. We figured this out, Mike, a long time ago. We watch a lot of Congress at this show. And anytime we have a delay like that, people are pooping. They're taking a big poop. And Dump has a real reason to take a big dump right now because he just lost a really fucking big case. There's two things that Trump needs in order to survive for the donor class, and that is the big ugly bill and tariffs. And those two things, I'm going to tell you right now, I talked about the tax refunds. Remember he said everyone's going to get like 1,000 more in their tax refund, which we know is bullshit. Well, actually, hi TV2, how are you, sweetie? The tax refunds, I check the IRS website, you know, like that's what we do here. We frickin' like check facts here. The IRS website says so far and I posted about it. I posted a screen cap from the IRS website. The average, the refunds are up. It's true. That story is true. Refunds, the amounts of refunds are up about 11% over past year. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Not $1,000. But what's really interesting about that statistic, and I'll pull up the table for you, is that less people are getting the refunds. Like, I mean, by a large degree, less people. Like fucking 12% less people. All right? So that to me means that not as many people are qualifying for refunds as they did. Now, also, tax returns are down from previous years because some people are not probably going to pay their taxes. With Kissinger? Well, he's dead, so good news. Les Wexner is literally walking dead, and he should be scared. I hope he's scared. I hope Les Wexner is really scared right now. I hope he understands how much he's in trouble, not only for the Epstein stuff, but for the Ohio State stuff, and that should come to haunt him. It really, really fucking should. It really should. Uh-oh. Oh, not liquor. Oh, there's Jameson. I'm going to be quiet now.
Wow. That's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of
Look at Nut
those
Liquor.
justices.
Look at Nut Liquor, the fucking money launderer over there,
When you read the dissenting
bitch.
opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way.
Hey, Max, check out those fucking
Foreign
shoulder
countries
pads.
that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing
Nut Liquor's not laughing now.
you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
Who wrote it?
It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court...
Wait, he's going to appeal it? He's going to appeal it? He's going to appeal it? Who's he going to appeal it to? This is the Supreme Court, sir. You can't appeal it. You can't appeal it to anybody. Okay, boo. Okay, boo. You're done. You're done, hun. That's not a thing. You can't do that. And you can't just decide to charge them. Oh, he said there's nobody left. Okay, sorry. I missed that part. I was busy making fun of him. I'm sorry. All right, continue.
Correctly rejected. We have alternatives. Great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEEPA. Not $1.
Yeah, he's going
I
to ignore
assume to
them.
protect other
That's
countries.
it.
This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing?
Come
What
on,
license has ever been issued
without
the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic,
cant
but
against
not
him,
with
yeah.
this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries, but a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%. But now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so well, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly...
I love that Kavanaugh. His stock is, yeah, he's doing really good. He's a commodity. Kavanaugh is a commodity to this man. Yeah, his stock did what now? Excuse me? His stock is going up? What? He's not your judge, bitch. Yeah, he's really mad. Oh, but Neil, he's so mad. He's so mad. Just enjoy that. He's not going to be able to do shit. No, he's not going to be able to do shit. Kavanaugh is over 50,000. But Kavanaugh is over 50,000. We're the hottest country.
I disagree with the court's holding today. The decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't, he's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232.
I think it's
all of
lawyers,
these things I
and
know
I think
so
it's
well.
Besant.
The
That's
Trade
what I
Act
think would advise
of
on this one.
1974, Sections 122, 201, 301, and the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338, all clear, but it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, They'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward, we will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and, you know, they're sleazebags, major sleaze.
Okay, stop. All right. Sorry, catastrophe almost averted. Okay, so Lee, you can join in here, obviously. Section 122 is only for a limited time, and I think needs congressional approval. See, here's the thing. When we just read a large, a portion, not a large portion, but we read a portion of the opinion of the Supreme Court today. They were very, very, very clear. The power to tax and including tariffs comes from Congress. That's it. It's in the Constitution. That's why even this guy, John Roberts, couldn't find a way to make this other guy and make his day. Okay? Lee, thank you so much. 301 requires an investigation. Midterms will be here before they're completed. Absolutely. I mean, I doubt they'd even start. So I'm going to tell you right now, yes, I agree. Oomph. He'll just continue to try and do. What he's saying now is go ahead and throw on another 10%. Yeah. What about the billions taken in? Is he taking that money and depositing it to his overseas account? Is he converting it to stablecoin? No, that money has to be refunded, or at least half of it. About half is under the IEPA that would have to be refunded. And Lee works in the trade sector, so she knows the mechanisms. They do have mechanisms in place to refund those tariffs to the importers. So, but there's this other wrinkle of nut liquor and all these other people trying to buy those refunds, I guess. That's a weird one. We're going to have to check in. So yeah, it's just, yeah, I agree with Oomph. He's just going to push. The stuff will continue. He's just going to push through and do whatever. It was about 287 billion. We just read about it last year. About 140 some odd billion of that is under IEPA. So a little over half of the 287 billion brought in tariff revenue is subject to IEPA, which means it has to be refunded based on this ruling. But what he's saying is that's fine. I'm going to find other sections of the trade or whatever law to go ahead and charge extra, right? And I can charge more. Well, I think the SCOTUS was really clear that this power has to come through congressional approval. Now, can this moron push shit through congressional approval? Yep. And I can guarantee you the lawyers are working on that right now. You know? Yeah, was it worth it, Tim Apple? So I don't know if I don't know where this goes, and I'm confident that this regime is very hell bent on keeping the power and the retention that of power that they've already amassed. So they're going to fight real hard to make sure that just life goes on for them. And now this kind of bullshit, tantrum that he's having, like, I'm just going to add 10%. Fuck off, because guess what? I'm going to show you. Let me show you real quickly before we get back to this asshole, because I want to hear the Q&A, although I don't have much hope for the Q&A, but hope springs eternal. If you look at, let me sign this one. Oops, sorry. Oh my God. Mouse. I need a new mouse. I need a new mouse. Okay, I want to show you this. Oh, sorry. Mr. McDonald's, I think you have to leave, but that's okay. I'll just read it to you because I'm going to go ahead. What I do, for those of you who are new to the show, everything that I read to you, everything that I refer to, all the stuff we watch, I put the links in the description of the video the evening of the broadcast. So this afternoon, the links that I go over will all be available in the description of the broadcast. So you don't have to worry that we're missing or you're missing something. This is from the very partisan assholes. I'm just kidding. At the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Nope, they're not partisan assholes. They're just bankers, which they're assholes, but they may or may not be partisan. And they certainly do this work with different. So this is a report they issued on February 12th. Who is paying for the 2025 U.S. tariffs? Let me tell you, Kevin Hassett is very mad at the New York Fed right now. Real mad. I'm going to cut to the chase here and show you who bears the cost of tariffs. Tariff incidence is the technical term for how the cost of a tariff are split between foreign exporters and domestic importers. While importers pay the duty, the economic burden of the tariff can be shifted onto exporters if they lower their export prices. We illustrate this effect through a simple example. Suppose a foreign exporter charges $100 for a good and the importing country decides to levy a 25% tariff on it. If the foreign price remains unchanged at $100, the duty paid is $25. They're increasing the import price to $125. In this case, the tariff incidence falls entirely on the importer. In other words, there was 100% pass-through from tariffs to import prices and therefore to U.S. consumers and firms. Again, this is the Federal Reserve of New York. These are the bankers. Okay? They're not going to they don't sugarcoat. Okay. In contrast, the exporter might lower its price to avoid losing market share. If foreign exporters respond to the tariff by lowering their price to $80, then the price paid by importers will remain $100 with $20 in duties paid to the government. In this case, 100% of the tariff incidence falls on foreign exporters who now receive $20 less for the same good. In other words, there's zero pass-through from the tariff since the import price is unchanged. Okay, let's see. That's another example, but I want to go through the study. Okay. Oh no, that's the other one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh boy. We now conduct the same analysis for the 2025 tariffs. They did it for the previous tariffs in 2018 and 19 that dumped in his first term, covering 12-month changes from 2024 to 2025, through November 2025. In this analysis, we also allow the pass-through to change for different months in 2025. Our results show that the bulk of the tariff incidence continues to fall on U.S. firms and consumers. These findings are consistent with two other studies that report high pass-through of tariffs to U.S. import prices. And one of the things I want to say about that is that wait, what was I going to say? The bulk of the tariff. Oh, what I wanted to say, I know this is Friday, right? No big words. What I wanted to say was that this includes the fact, and Lee can speak better to this, and I could look up some sources, but we should, in addition to this, one must, what tariffs were done in 2025. One must look at how importers either stocked up during the months leading up to the tariffs, in April or whatever. Like you need to factor in how much stock people, kind of front loaded inventory and paid tariffs at the lower rate. You see what I'm saying? Are you following me? And then, so I think 2025 is kind of a mishmash, because you've got people that were stocking up before the tariffs really started to hit. So that means that it's kind of this number is kind of artificial, if you will, because it's just like, it's worse than what I'm going to tell you, I guess. Lee says Section 122, temp duties of 15% up to 150 days, there are limitations. See, here's the other thing, Lee, and as said in the SCOTUS opinion, it is limited duration and scope. Like, that is part of tariffs, is that they are limited in duration and scope and whatever. And he's not following those rules. Like, now I know that he doesn't care. Yeah, happy fuck Trump day. Fuck Trump Friday. He certainly is fucked in this moment. But anyway, I'll just quickly read this. Here we go. Wow. Average by 2025 period, January through August, 6% of the tariff incidents fell on exporters, while 94% of the tariff incidents fell on the U.S. importers, which means they paid, which means we'll pay. You see what I'm saying? Are you following? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? September to October, they paid 8%, and we paid 92% of the tariff incidents. And in November, it went up to 14% for others, and we paid 86%. Okay? These are data. This is data. This isn't somebody's spin. Nobody's spinning this. They're just fucking reporting the numbers. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Lee. You shouldn't have to work on when you're working. Or between meetings. Okay, sorry. I'm going to go back to him now. I'm so sorry. But I think it's an important piece. And it's complicated. It's not easy. It's not like simple.
These bags.
Yeah.
I know them. And they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have a totally firm decision now. And I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now. And the numbers.
There are ways around it. I just want all the simps. First of all, this man raped children, so let's just get that out of the way, okay? But he's going to go around it. He's going around the law. He just said it. I don't know how to make this much easier for people to understand. Okay? I don't know. So, did you vote for that? I guess you did. You want to be ruled? You want daddy to rule you? Okay. I don't think the court meant it. Yeah.
Could
the
be
SCOTUS
far
didn't
greater
mean it.
than the hundreds of
Fucking
billions
law
we've
school.
already taken in law school. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've
I didn't
spoken
call
about
you in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most
This is Cara Costronova. She is a political operative and troublemaker and supporter of J6ers. Okay, that's Cara Costronova. She's not a journalist. She's not anything. So there you go.
conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold
I don't know, but
the
they're great
Constitution?
justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
They're with a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now? Have you
No, I don't
spoken
need to.
your
It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man. But a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week. And then you came in and imposed tariffs. And all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what?
This is true.
He just to
None of
finalize
it is true.
he said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway, same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said, like I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but
It is
car
only
plants
AI.
coming in from
It is
Canada
only,
who rip.
It is only AI. Okay, bitch? You don't even know what the fuck is being built in your own country. You fucking idiot. No, none of the numbers are moving in the direction that he is claiming. None of them. He doesn't even pretend to think that data doesn't discount every motherfucking thing that comes out of his mouth. I'm telling you, this man is losing it, and he's near the end. And I don't know if the donors decide this is the point at which they pull the plug, but I'm going to tell you, the donor class is going to get real antsy if he can't pull this shit off. And then come the midterms. And whoo boy, I hope that you got Greg Phillips on those voting machines, sir. I hope you have Greg Phillips working on fixing them voting machines, because you are going to lose the midterms, sir. You are indeed. I predict that you will lose the midterms, sir, if you don't rig the election. And I bet you're going to try to rig the election. It's going to be as half-assed as the riggers of your election last time. That's right. Oh, the Sasha Riley accusations. He made a point he doesn't like handsome men. I don't know. And then Les Wexner also was reported to have had a sexual relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That I found in the documents, and that's been, I guess, said in the past. I don't really know. I don't really care. I think Les Wexner, I think he probably was raped children. I'm pretty sure, it sounds like. And then also, I think he probably found women because there was a lot between him and modeling contracts and Jean-Luc Brunel and all the bullshit. So I think Les has a lot of fingers in the pie, and I don't know. I think that there might be more to his story. Yeah, it actually has. The moderation on YouTube is insane right now. It's really insane. Yeah, not just data centers, detention. Oh, excuse me. That's right. Forgive me. Max is correct. Not only data centers, it's also detention centers. That's right. This is America. This is America.
Ripped us off for 30% of our market.
250 years.
Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as President of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody.
Okay. Let me tell you where he got the idea. Okay. Because first of all, he didn't get the idea. Nobody gave it to him. They just said, this is what you're going to do. Okay. And we went over it in this very, very show in November of 2024. I can't remember when we went over. Maybe it was January. Maybe it was December of 2024. But in the winter fall of 2024, we read a little document called Restructuring the Global Trade. Bleh. And that document is commonly referred to in the vernacular as the Mar-a-Lago Accord, right? And the Mar-a-Lago Accord was very, very specific. And it said that tariffs were definitely an important part of your growth as a country, and that those should be used to bring more revenue to the United States and, oh yeah, sure, manufacturing. Yeah, right, whatever. Yeah. So you know what? This wasn't, you know exactly, well, you don't know because you're practically dead. But if you weren't practically dead, you would know that Stephen Mirren, who's now a Fed governor, who used to be your chair of chief economic advisors, is the one who wrote the Mar-a-Lago Accord. Okay? And so it came from, the calls are coming from in the house. Okay? Oh, 2.5 centuries? Meowing? Okay, good. Well, can we get a new one? Are we going to get, I want the revolution. I'm in. I'm fully in. I'm committed. Tell me where to go because I am going to fucking fuck it up with this revolution. Give me a job. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Put me in, coach.
On the
I'm
unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country,
I can be center field. Sorry, I just had to finish that.
You're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips. For 30 years longer, they made chip. And they put our companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies in Taiwan are building factories in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs.
What is it when corporations and governments merge? What is that called? Oh, fascism. Right? Or when governments take over businesses, I think that's communism. I'm pretty sure. I mean, just to keep it loose. Yeah, we now own a stake of Intel. I feel like that's what fascist countries do. Can I say that? I feel like when you merge kind of corporate oligarchy with political leadership, you've got the makings of fascism, right? Like one man is at the top, whatever man is there. This one is just a placeholder, but whatever man's at the top is the dear leader, but the corporations really get invested and are, partner with the government. Is that right? New York Times. I don't know if I have that. Let me see if I do. Gal Suburban coming in hot with the links. Yeah. Oh, this is good. I don't have this. Here's the latest on Trump tariffs on countries. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. And it's been updated. We'll definitely go over this. All right. I'm going to stop interjecting. So I'm so sorry. What do we call exercising in a sauna while wearing jeans and drinking raw milk? Yes. Oh my God. Meowing. A bad idea. Good one, Audrey. That's a good one. Gross. I call it a yeast infection. That's what I call it. I call it a trip to the doctor. We call it fascist foreplay. Yeah. Yeah. See, I think when companies and governments start merging and shit like that, it's either communism or it's fascism or a combo. I don't know. I'm not a historian, so don't, go to Heather Cox Richardson for that. God love her. She's my hero. I have a huge crush on that woman, but no.
They're all pouring into the United States.
I think he's going to stop taking questions.
But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What will you say ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
please,
rules...
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. So That's why I respect
they're small business owners
so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, and Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time. Right. January jobs report beat expectations. CPI report beat expectation. Real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected?
Do you see? I can't even do it. I can't even help myself. The jobs report. Oh boy. The jobs report for January for the year end is usually kind of crazy because of the seasonal numbers. So it's usually kind of nuts. And it was added 130,000 jobs, right? Do you want to know what the 2025 total revised jobs added to the economy is? Do you want to know what it is? It's 181,000. And you know what? You want to know what it was in 2024? 1.4 million. So what this little ass kisser that wants to simp for a pedophile just said is absolutely wrong. This economy is not hot. This economy is a fucking K-shaped economy where the wealth gap is getting wider and wider and wider by the moment. Real wages will go up for professional level workers. Unless you want to work in the mines. I mean, I'm sure I don't even know. Maybe that's also robots. So maybe no miners. Yeah, kitty alert. I don't know where he went. Oh, there you are. My Sammy. My beautiful Sammy. Oh, your baby. Oh, you're my baby. He's such a love. Oh my God. He's so cold at night. He's like totally under the covers. He's so cute. Because you're cold. It's chilly. It's chilly. It's chilly. Thank you for my fur stole. Anyway. So yeah, this is a K-shaped economy. This economy is not booming. It's booming for billionaires and millionaires. Don't get me wrong. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, it's booming definitely for someone, but it ain't us. Okay. He does purr a lot. He's such a baby. He's a little tiny baby. He's my little peanut. He's a little small boy and he's like, oh, he's a little boy. But he's a sweetheart. Oh my God. My cat, I love my cat so much. I'm going to tell you right now. He does look terrible. He's had a very bad morning, Max. And look at those shoulder pads. Did you see his shoulder pads? Crazy. Yeah, so here's the thing. This is not the economy that this kid is painting. And why he's supporting a pedophile, I will never know. But here we are. This is America.
Going in the right direction at a very rapid pace, off track.
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this. We really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid.
No,
and I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, at some point you're going to say, and they have reduced it. Fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way. And we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time. But the end result is going to get us more money. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective.
No, it doesn't. No, it
written
doesn't
by
have to take
smart
2
people.
years to
And what
litigate,
they do,
bitch. You lost.
They don't even talk about it.
You lost
Your
in the
question
highest
is very
court of the
basic. That was the
motherfucking
first
land.
question I asked also to make you feel good.
You're fucked.
I said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years. Go ahead, Green.
Which
Green?
fucking court?
Thank you, Mr. President.
The trade court?
When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
Well, we're going
negotiations?
straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
Listen, I need you to understand this. Oh, it's not up to him. I have some info. Hold, please. Thank you, Lee. We will definitely hold for your info. It is, well, wait, I know I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, but I did find this, and I want to read it afterwards. It's the Times Now, which I'm not sure what that is. It might be, I'm not really sure if it's, but it probably is coming from a normal source. It's not coming in, right? U.S. pays. Yeah. So he's basically, this is the boondoggle, folks. Okay. Your prices are going up. It is because of a self-inflicted wound called tariffs. This man and his donors want to shift the revenue burden from income taxes, which they do not want to pay, to you and me paying tariffs and other income to replace the revenue so they can give tax credit or tax breaks to fucking corporations that they're allowing to expense 100% of their expenses if they build here in the United States. 100%. And to take that gain in 1 year, what do you, or that law, those expenses in one single tax year versus having to spread them out, what do you think that's going to do to the revenue that we bring in as a country? What do you think that's going to do? Oh, that's right. If you replace it with the revenue from tariffs, then the billionaires don't have to worry about that. Do you see how this works? He is literally shifting the burden of the revenue of this country onto our shoulders off of the income tax system that he has already promised through the big ugly bill to these fucking corporations. It is not intended to make anyone but them rich. And trickle down doesn't work. Read something. Because we've known that since the motherfucking 80s. Okay? And probably before, but as a non-economist, my house does not smell. So there. Anyway, enough about that. Some people love cats. Some people hate cats. It doesn't matter. Period. U.S. This is one that I wanted to read. Hold on. Oh shit. It's the Nutlick story. Hold on. Oh, actually, I'll just let him go, but I have the Nutlicker story that I want to talk about.
Mr. President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You've claimed that they will pay for them. What happens
Well,
to
like
those
the farmers, we took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out
That's
of
not
tariff
true.
money, because
That's not where that money came from. No, it's not.
We have tariffs.
And it wasn't
we just
last
have them in a
week.
different way. And now they've been confirmed
Wasn't last week.
by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam. Just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So to the President's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out.
It ain't gonna work.
Continuity in the
It
program.
ain't gonna
We're gonna keep addressing
work.
this so that the deficit can keep going down.
Jamil Giovanni doesn't speak for Canada. He probably didn't even say that.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan.
Of the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people.
have said that.
Yeah,
But
a
why
few people.
wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to.
To push tariffs.
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress, so there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process, not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress
down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
been votes
you
in
know
the
why?
Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left, because these people have been they are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%,
Yeah.
is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively. I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to look. The man I met with yesterday, who owned a factory, was out of business. He was out of business. And now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in, he's got a brand new crane. I said, how old is that crane? We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said, it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down, other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said, every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can this is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman, who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit.
Putin's
and
balls.
the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, they would, and I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well, but I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's a reasonable answer.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you...
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. Great comprehension. I read everything there is to read, and I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. Maybe. I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation.
I can tell you what it is. No, I can tell you what it is.
But it's okay, because what?
I can tell you what it is. It's the Constitution. Yeah, I know. It's not foreign influence. It's not Democrats on the court. It's not donors. It's not friends. It's not wokeism. It's not anything. It's the Constitution. That's all. Period. Full stop. Roberts could not have been more clear.
Has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term. We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well.
Oh no, let me read from the Trading Economics website, which tracks economic data all over the world. China posted a record US dollar $1.189 trillion trade surplus in 2025, with exports rising 5.5%, while imports were flat. Faced with Trump's tariffs, Chinese exporters shifted production away from the U.S. market and toward alternative destinations, particularly the EU and Southeast Asia. And don't forget about our friends in Canada. Hell yeah. Go Carney. Go Carney. Go Carney. In December, and he's a banker. I don't even like Carney because he's a fucking banker, but whatever. In December alone, the surplus reached $114.1 billion, marking the seventh time monthly surpluses exceeded US $100 billion. Okay. Exports grew by 6.6 year over year, with a 5.9. They're doing great in China without us. They are doing fan-fucking-motherfucking-tastic. China's trade surplus with the U.S. fell to $23.25 billion in December because, again, nobody wants to do business with us. Yeah. So anyway, that's how China's doing. China's actually great again. He made China great again. Oh my God. He made China great again. Wow. Wow.
And we're going to keep it that way.
And we're going to keep it that way.
The bottom
We're gonna
line
keep
is
China
that the
in
word
front
certainty
first place.
is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty. It's been tested, as Jameson said,
This guy is the drama. This guy is the guy who changes his mind every day. We just read through in the motherfucking SCOTUS opinion about his tariff history, and Gal dropped an amazing link of a story we'll look at afterwards, which also goes over the tariff history. He is the walking definition of inconsistent. He is the walking definition of someone who is unpredictable. Like, literally. If you believe this, first of all, I don't know why you're supporting a pedophile and a child rapist. I don't get it. That's between you and your God, I guess. But if you want to just look at the economics of it, he's not doing anything for you. We have literally made China great again. You idiots, which I don't care about China being great again, because frankly, China isn't looking at it as we want to amass a lot of land per se. They want access to resources and commerce. They want customers. They want resources and customers. That is the Belt and Road Initiative. That is their export initiatives. Like, this is literally what they are, an economic power. Yes, they're a military power, et cetera, and threatening to Taiwan, et cetera. But they're also, they need customers, okay? And they're doing great. Actually, this whole situation in 2025 has made them stronger. So good job, everybody. Good job. I mean, if that's what you didn't want, but whatever, make up your mind.
Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times, and won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to that. And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too, I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked, every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said, we can do these. We have alternatives. Yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs, do those stand now, or are they have to be redone?
Well, some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited, barely. Barely. 3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come. Okay.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now? And on the decision, nothing changes.
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs, and we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually, but he was much smarter than the people
Actually, Modi is not a great man. He's a fucking
in terms of the
despot.
United States.
Yeah,
he was
he's a
ripping
fucking
us
asshole.
off in India.
He's a
So we made a
classist.
deal
He's a
with
fucking
India, and it's a
asshole.
fair deal now, and we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Are up as of now for this.
Mr. President.
No, the India deal is on here.
Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there's another war that you stopped and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. how will your administration will make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea
Well,
of...
it's a very different topic, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time, but all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy. He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But Syria is coming together, really coming together well. And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. They better negotiate. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 800, 2 weeks ago, hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people. And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating. And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 837. Supposedly, they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe, and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia? That you sanction
well,
some
I want
countries?
Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech. Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite, some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries, I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. And they're not recognizable. They
Literally nobody knows what you're talking about.
The environmentalists have taken over.
Literally, no one.
They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and
no, actually,
their oceans.
That's right. I do know what you're talking about because little Marco stood up at the Munich Security Conference, which I think I have a copy, or at least I posted on Blue Sky, where he made the comment that Europe basically needs to get their culture back and protect their culture, which means protect white people, make Europe white. That's what he means. Marco Rubio at fucking Munich. The Munich Security Conference is a very important conference to watch. It's where a lot of the telegraphing and saying of U.S. policy comes out. It's a lot of where you get pretty honest reactions from other leaders across Europe. So I'm going to tell you, the Munich Security Conference is a very important event to watch. We've watched it before. Rubio, he's not. He's of Cuban, I think, background. Nonetheless, there is plenty of Rubio is clearly complicit in this, and this is the problem: is that they want to enable the white supremacy of Europe. He's talking specifically about you should get all the brown people out of your countries. You should stop immigration. It's the Tommy Robinson thing. Right? This is the Tommy Robinson party. This is the Nigel Farage. This is the AfD in Germany. This is right wing. And Rubio is right there saying the quiet part out loud. His heritage was Spanish. And oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I don't care what his heritage is. He's still simping for white supremacists. And I don't understand that. Yeah, did the Danish PM told him off? Oh my gosh, I missed that part. Anyway, the Munich Security Conference is definitely worth watching. I know these conferences can be too much.
They're paying a fortune. No, Europe has to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things: energy
That's
and
true.
immigration.
That's a good
And
point.
if they don't solve both of them.
Thank you, Meowing. White isn't a term with discrete boundaries where power and wealth really blur the lines of whiteness. Having African descent changes how people react because of eugenic blood quantum nast. What's nast? I'm not sure what that is. So there are plenty of people, Latinas for Trump. I mean, there's plenty of people, and it has more to do with power, right? Nastiness, right? It has to do more with power. It doesn't matter it's not really like the heritage part of it, right? But Rubio is happy to simp for white supremacists because at the end of the day, he gains from that. Oh, the one drop thing. Yeah. He gains from that. He gains. Yeah, they should get back to their heritage. Thank you, Teresa. That's what he said. And that is just really fucking pretty out there saying, Europe should be white. I mean, it's against multiculturalism. It's against that. And Rubio used to be a more, either he was real quiet about it or he was, obviously he got a lot of dirtiness in terms of South America and stuff like that. In Cuba, whatever. But he also has a lot to gain from standing beside the white supremacists who gave him a very important job and might make him president. Like, he thinks he's going to be president. Oh, there's no such thing as a white person. I just don't even think, I don't know, Gallic druidism. Yeah, can we go back to being druids? That would be fine. I'm down with that. I'm practically a druid now, I think. Anyway. Aren't they the ones that like nature? I think that's the one. I'm just kidding. I know what a druid is. Never mind. I tried to get down with one in Baldur's Gate 3, okay? Looking at you, Halson, the druid. You're a hottie, McTottie, and I still need to bed you, sir. I can't get past this one battle that I need in order to bed the druid, but I will get there, okay? White is a social construct versus ethnicity. I'm not an expert on all that, so I defer to y'all to talk. That's what a vampire from Sinner's Origin hinted at. Oh, when he talked about the people who invaded his father's land and forced Christianity on them. Meowing, I love you. That's so great. Like, I'm telling you right now, if you have not seen the movie Sinners, you must watch that movie. Please watch the movie Sinners. It's really, really worth it. I'm a reformed druid. I worship marijuana bushes. Yeah. And Norwegian Nazis. Don't forget about them. Are there Norwegian Nazis? I suppose there are. I don't know. There could be. Anyway, that's my thing. I don't know what we got off about Baldur's Gate, but here we go. Everything goes back to a game.
Fast. Europe
By the
is
way,
not the same place. Yeah,
Iran
please.
said that they didn't. Iran said that they didn't have any plans to hang 837 people. However, of course, activists on the ground have reported that even in light of Dump's, lie about getting a commitment from the Iranian government, which he never got, thousands of people were then killed over the subsequent days. So, yeah, he didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He's lying to you, and you're buying it.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today?
I am.
And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Specifically on that $2,000 tariff check.
Mr. President,
I didn't call you.
You didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher. How much higher? It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And,
Okay, I'm begging you. I know. If you don't even like me, please just DuckDuckGo, Bing, or Google who pays for tariffs. There are 4 studies, prominent studies, that say the same thing, that we are the ones carrying the burden. And those aren't just like guesses, okay? They're not like this guy who stands there and guesses about stuff. These are fucking economists who are telling you how it works. I'm telling you right now, goddamn motherfuckers. He is He's lying to you. And if he charges more tariffs, prices go up more. God, please wake up. Please. I think he knows, Carrie. I don't think he cares. See, this is my point. It doesn't matter if they shift the burden to us to generate revenue in this country because his donors are happy. Tim Apple is real happy because he gets to expense 100% of his expenses for building in the United States in the fucking first year. He doesn't even have to spread that out. He can expense the whole motherfucking thing. What do you think that does to the revenue of this country? The ability to pay for shit. It has to come from somewhere else. So guess what? It's going to come from us through these motherfucking tariffs. He knows what he's been told. He's not the architect of this, clearly. And he'll steal money in the meantime, which I actually have a clip lined up to show you Tweedledum and Tweedledummer at their fucking crapto conference down in Mar-a-Flarto after this, too. I mean, we have a lot of stuff to do here.
We have some countries that have treated us really badly for years, and it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good, and it's going to be very reasonable for them.
Specifically on the tariffs question, on the $2,000.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic, and we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil from Russia, right? And they pulled way back at my request because we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped a war between India and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going and probably going.
Just a little fact check. As of February 2026, India is scaling back, but not entirely cutting its reliance on Russian oil due to intense U.S. sanctions, blah, blah, blah. In reduced oil imports. India's oil imports from Russia dropped significantly to a 38-month low in December 2025, falling roughly 22%. U.S. pressure mixed claims. Let's see. Let me make sure if there's any more data. Oh, Saudi Arabia has regained some market share in India, reducing Russia's position as a top supplier. But no, they get shit from Russia. Sorry, Charlie.
Nuclear.
Shot down planes.
And just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. That's and I did it largely with tariffs. I said, look, you're going to fight, that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States, and you're going to pay a 200% tariff, each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay? I just want to thank you all. Look, great certainty has been brought back to the economy of the United States and actually the economy of the world because we generate so much in the world. We're the biggest in the world, and we're now the strongest by far. We were a country that was dead 1.5 years ago. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Did you say 32,000 were killed in Iran, sir?
Thank God we made it. That bitch told us all the lies, and we made it through without throwing our computer out the window. How about you? Let me get him off of our screen. Hold on. Where is he? Where are you? Where are you? Hold on. Hold on to your love. You got to hold on. Hold on. What did I want to show you? What did I want to show you right now? God, I have so much shit. So much shit. Oh, that's Les Wexner. Oh my God. The Crapto boys. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on. Bear with me just a minute as I try to help us understand what we are doing here and now. What did I say I was going to show you? Well, I can show you the Crapto boys. What you got? I think I found 2026's version of avocado toast. What? Do tell. That terrible, no disgraceful decision was actually really good and proves we're the best. Yeah. That whole event. Yeah, exactly. That whole event. Okay. Let me show you what I was watching yesterday. Yesterday. It was hard to find just the interview of the boys, but this is from yesterday. It's CNBC. Oh, I should move Jameson Greer. Hold on. Where are you, Jameson, my son, my son? Where are you, Jameson, my son? Get the bottle of whiskey off the cupboard for your mom. Jameson. Wait, where are you? Oh, you're up at the top. That's where you are. There you go. Bye. All right. Chain analysis. What? Crypto payments to human trafficking. Oh, well, this was a great scene. I thought this was a perfect screen to start with. This is CNBC and their covering of the Trump family's World Liberty Forum yesterday. Okay. The Trump family held an event at Mar-a-Lago yesterday that talked about crypto. All right. This was their little thing. And it's called the World Liberty Financial Forum. World Liberty Forum, I guess. But World Liberty Financial, if you don't know, happens to be the boys, Tweedledum and Tweedledummer. This is their thing where they're basically ripping us off. But now it's in digital form. Okay. All right. So let's just listen to a little bit. Hopefully it's what I wanted it to be, but we'll see what it is. And I'll just keep interrupting it.
Funneled money all the way from North and South America, Europe, and Australia. Payment methods vary depending on individual illicit categories, but the report shows prostitution networks and Telegram-based international escort services relied heavily on stablecoins, while inflows to child abuse material were predominantly in Bitcoin. Last, the Trump family's World Liberty Financial held a conference at Mar-a-Lago this morning, and CNBC was there to give you some of the highlights. Speaking to us exclusively, Ohio Republican Senator Bernie Moreno says the Clarity Act could become law by April. He said he believes allowing rewards on stablecoins, which is...
Okay. Bernie Moreno, if you remember, is married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter, Danielle, as Nazi as her dad. And Bernie Moreno is a fucking crypto whore. And comes, does he come originally from like Colombia or something like that? But a long time ago. But that's not the point. The point is he's a crypto whore. So you need to know that. And here's what he's talking about. He's talking about the fact that the CLEAR Act that he wants passed in Congress this year would allow banks to use crypto as rewards. So that's blurring the lines. So you know. Between banking and another asset class that needs to be regulated, but that currently isn't regulated. So scams continue. And oh, by the way, if you own any Bitcoin shit the toilet at the end of last year. So I don't know. That's not very, I mean, I know stablecoin is supposed to be pegged to the dollar, I guess. I think it's pegged to the dollar, like a money market or something like that. But, well, actually not like a money market because it doesn't grow unless it's demand. So it's a risky investment. Yeah, it's speculation. It's speculative. That's right. Oh, Lee, it's fine. It's Brendan Gill, Great Value Patrick Bateman, who is married. Oh, that's right. Bernie Moreno isn't. You're wrong. I mean, I'm wrong. You're right. I'm wrong. Oh, yeah, Bernie did get donations from Les Wexner. Absolutely, because he's Ohio. I'm so sorry. You're right. He looks like Great Value Patrick Bateman, Brandon Gill. Thank you, Max. You're right. Sorry, this guy is not married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter, but he might as well be. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway.
Is a key holdup issue lawmakers are hashing out with both the crypto and banking sectors would benefit U.S. consumers.
What it means is that the cash that you hold, you're going to have competition to pay you more interest. So you're going to be able to get more money for the money that you have in your wallet or the money that you have in some sort of account. So this is very, very good for working Americans because ultimately this is about giving Americans more rewards for being able to have cash on reserve, be able to get paid quicker, be able to transact faster, democratize the financial systems.
Next to him was Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong, who argued the Senate Banking Committee's draft of the bill had too many issues. Progress on that bill stalled after pushback from the industry, but Armstrong was hesitant to agree that he blocked regulation from passing.
One of the big issues that did come up in the past was this idea of stablecoins on rewards. I wouldn't say we blocked it. In fact, nobody, I think, in the crypto space has been working harder on this over the last few years to try to get some legislation. What we did say was the current draft, we had some issues with it. I think that caused everyone to come back to the table, and there's now a path forward where we can get a win-win-win outcome here. A win for the crypto industry, a win for the banks, and a win for the American consumer to get President Trump's crypto agenda through to the finish line so we can make America the crypto capital of the world.
Also speaking to us exclusively were World Liberty co-founders Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. They broke down today's event and said that the goal is to create opportunity for crypto and TradFi to work together, even after the family has argued the traditional banking system has shut them out.
To be able to come back and now work with the best in crypto as well as the best in TradFi, get these people together to create efficiencies in a system that's otherwise been totally undemocratized and broken.
TradFi. Yeah, you got to learn TradFi. That's my Donald Trump Jr. voice. It's like you just match the best of crypto and TradFi.
Traditional finance.
TradFi. That's right, TradFi. Yeah, thanks.
And inefficient and slow. To be on the leading edge of that is just really exciting.
Event guests include Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon, NASDAQ CEO Adina Friedman, CFTC Chair Michael Selig, FIFA President Gianni Infantino, and Nicki Minaj. The Trump family's involvement in crypto made them billions of dollars in 2020.
Why the FIFA president and why Nicki Minaj? Why? Oh, here's the Trump crypto president. Yeah, there's his stable coins. He's making bank, bitches. He's making fucking bank.
25, but also drew criticism from Democrats who argued those crypto dealings were influencing regulatory decisions and could present a conflict of interest. The White House has said the president's crypto holdings are in a trust managed by his children, and in previous interviews with us, Eric Trump has dismissed concerns around a conflict of interest. All right, for our main story this week, Crypto World's Liz Napolitano.
I just wanted to hear, I want you to hear the boys, that they're alive and they're making money down in Mar-a-Flarto. Okay, don't worry about them. They're okay. They're okay. They're all right. They're all right. They're all right. Let's see. I know I'm gonna introduce that. Let's see. Oh, this is the Les Wexner. Wait, was there something else I want? I want to go over my saved. Let me go over my saved things because there's a few things here. We'll just go over some of the interim because then I kind of want to save the Les Wexner stuff. I mean, I'm not sure we're going to get to it, but we'll see. Okay, so I'm going to save post. Oh, this one. New Mexico's Attorney General on February 19th ordered the reopening of the state's criminal investigation into alleged crimes at a ranch owned by the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The DOJ on January 30 had made public millions of Epstein files. And here's my question, okay? Because if you follow my channel, which, I mean, I don't know, maybe people do. If you follow my channel, I'll give you a rhyme. Where am I? Fuck, man, come on. View your channel. View your channel. Oh, can't wait to hear what Steve Lookner has to say about tariffs. Okay, I want to show you this video that I made. Actually, this was just a way to capture this footage. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't really do anything to it. on purpose. Ah, bitch. I need a new mouse. But I want to play.
2025, Dave DeCamp will tell us all about it.
Stop. All right, let's watch this. And I didn't even get it off of Matt Gaetz's Rumble channel, okay? So you can't even get on me for that because I got it from another. I got it from some other chud on Rumble. So I didn't even give you a view, Matt Gaetz. I didn't even give you a view. I didn't give you a view, Matty Gaetz, Matty Gaetz. I didn't give you a view. I feel a little bit behind on the broadcast. Notice how he'd never take a question from Caitlin. No, he doesn't like Caitlin. He said, "You're from CNN. I don't like you." You know, like he's an idiot. Okay. Oh, wait. All right, I made a little video yesterday. You might have seen it. It's a few minutes. All right, so this is my clipping of this, right? So you see why the screen is all weird, okay? So just, like, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I'll share some Section 122 through other channels never been used previously, meant to address balance of payment deficits. Any extension beyond 150 days requires congressional approval. Yeah. My sister just made candied ginger. That can be really good. It's probably good for your tummy too. 4 attempts at a question from her. Really? Oh, I didn't see that.
Dave DeCamp will tell us all about it tonight. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Ben Coach.
From the new owner of Jeffrey Epstein's former ranch in Santa Fe County, New Mexico. It's called the Zorro Ranch. Initially, the Humphrey's family now owns it and intends to use the space as a place for Christians to retreat, spiritually heal, and find faith. Huffines want to reclaim the ranch in the name of Jesus. Here's the backstory. It's a 7,600-acre estate bought in 1993 by Jeffrey Epstein. Under his ownership, the property included a mansion, guest houses, an airstrip, and other facilities. The property became widely associated with allegations of sexual abuse and sex trafficking involving Epstein, including civil testimony from survivors about abuse occurring there. Epstein retained ownership until his death in 2019. In 2023, the ranch was sold at public auction to an LLC tied to Huffines, a Texas businessman and Republican political figure. Huffines and his family renamed it the San Rafael Ranch after the saint associated with healing. Some allegations tied to the ranch include newly released files that possible burials of victims could have occurred on the land, fueling renewed calls for a full search and probe. What complicates this story is that Huffines is also the leading candidate for statewide office in Texas, the office of comptroller. He told us about his plans to Doge Texas.
It's time to clean up government, and that's what I'm going to do for the state of Texas. The scale of Texas is massive. It's huge. We're spending over $500 million a day, and all that comes through my office. As a border state, we're spending billions of dollars on illegals. Billions. We think we're spending about $8 billion a year educating children in our government school system. They're not even supposed to be here. Hospitals, where reports are coming out, we're spending over $1 billion annually. Incarceration, border security, and that's what the other states. This is Texas taxpayer money.
Joining us now, the leading candidate to become the next comptroller of Texas, former Texas State Senator Don Huffines. Don, thanks for joining us. Texans are voting right now. What are your hopes in their mind when they make the selection for the comptroller position?
Well, I hope they want a comptroller that's going to keep an eye on all of our spending like I am, and I'm going to win this. And that's why it's so important that we keep an eye on the spending. Because my campaign, as you know, Matt, it's the Doge state of Texas, and we're spending over $500.
You're going to prison, son. You're going to prison. You're going to prison. You're going to prison. You're obstructing justice. You're obstructing justice. You're obstructing justice, my friend. Yeah, then give them documents and citizenship after, I don't know, a year or two and just tax them like everyone else. Yeah, hello. That's what, you know what solves Social Security? Immigration. Sorry.
million a day every single day, and all that money comes through the comptroller's office. And I want to make sure we're going to root out fraud, waste, and abuse in Austin, Texas.
You're in the news today because you bought Jeffrey Epstein's ranch at an auction. You didn't buy it from him. You bought it in a way that provided liquidity so that his estate could pay victims. Walk us through what happened.
Well, certainly. Well, 4 years after that scumbag was dead, this property was on the market for several years, and then right before it went to an auction, we bought it. And we bought it, Matt, because the money went to the victims. This benefited all the victims, and that's what's so important about it.
Yeah, New Mexico authorities think there might be evidence of crime.
Sir, you're admitting there are victims in the Epstein case? Is that okay? I'm going to remind you, the person, hi Lawcat, the person who is interviewing Mr. Huffines is is known to be a sexual predator. And that came out in a congressional ethics report. That's not me saying it, although I've said it. But the Congressional Ethics Report, which is a bipartisan panel whose job is to review cases and investigate, found that Matt Gaetz had probably had sex with a minor and improperly, acted blah, 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 blah. Okay, so sorry, kids. Yet again, I know the pedophiles are coming from the house. Okay, he has victims too. So it's so interesting to see a pedophile actually interviewing a guy who I haven't checked because I just pulled up the Epstein files. I haven't checked for Huffines. Yeah, he's building an evangelical retreat there. Yeah, he's already bulldozing. That's what I wanted to show this. Okay. Because he's going to talk about the fact that he's already breaking ground on this Christian retreat center where he wants people to heal. So, but he admits that those allegations of abuse are valid because he admits that there are victims. Because that's his reason for buying the property. Because just out of the goodness of his heart, he heard it was for sale and thought, holy shit, why am I not buying that? Why am I not buying that? I'll buy it. Nobody told me about it. Otherwise, I would have bought it sooner. What the hell, people? Well, Mr. Huffines, I'm going to check the DOJ website for your name and just see. Yeah, we're just going to check that out. All right. Continue, Mr. Huffines.
On that ranch, are you planning to cooperate with them if they reached out to you?
Of course. Let me tell you that I've never been approached by local, federal, or state police for any reason about coming to the property, and absolutely, of course, I'm going to cooperate. They can come on the property anytime they want.
Do you think that they're?
This is why I wanted to tape this. This is why I wanted to record this interview, is because he said, "Come on in. Nobody's at. Come on in. Come on down to Rancho Santa Sinness, Come on down." I don't think so.
Bodies buried out there?
Of course not. I certainly don't think so. I mean, it was my understanding when the property was put up for sale, all the investigations had been done. It was my understanding when the property was put up for sale, all the investigations. Of course not. I certainly don't think so. I mean, not for any reason about coming to the property, and absolutely, of course, I'm going to cooperate and come on the property anytime they want.
Do you think that there are bodies buried out there?
Of course not. I certainly don't think so. I mean, it was my understanding when the property was put up for sale, all the investigations had been done on it.
Now, you have plans to take something evil and bring it into goodness, bring it into light and positivity. Tell us about that plan.
Well, of course. That is the main reason I bought the property. This was obviously a dark place, and we wanted to put light in a dark place. It always shines the brightest when you do that. My faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. And I'm going to make this, the plan all along is to make this property into a Christian retreat. As a matter of fact, it's under construction today. And that's our goal. That's why we named it San Rafael. We named it St. Raphael, as you probably know,
You say it's under construction today? Like today? Which is funny because today is the day that it was published that you're the one that fucking bought it. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that it? No, you know what? He's going to be a mega church pastor in fucking cell block 17, Josh. Okay, if there's any justice out there, which there's hardly any. But methinks he doth choke too much. Because when Matt Gaetz, of all people, asked him, do you think there are dead bodies buried out there? Huffines was like, I mean, that's what and listen, Karen, this does bring up the very thing you're bringing up. Head should roll, not just for the fact that they never searched there when there was so much testimony from victims. You've met him? Oh my God, Teresa, that's so funny. He's an asshole. He looks like an asshole. He looks like a shriveled testicle, actually. Sorry, I'm sorry. I know it's the morning, or maybe it's the afternoon now. So it's a dark place. He needed to bring light, but he doesn't think it's possible bodies are there. Yeah, no. Don't be ridiculous. I don't know. What do I know? I'm the comptroller of Texas.
An archangel, and his what he does and helps people with is healing and being the healer, and also blessing those that are traveling. And we think that's really germane to this property.
You are expected to win the upcoming primary, though I know you're working hard for every vote. You'll turn your attention then to the general election. What do you think are going to be the issues most on the mind of voters in the Lone Star Republic as you make this pivot?
Well, first, let me just say, I'll get to that political hit, Matt. I mean, the fact that I bought that property has been on the internet for at least 2 years now. This story was pitched to many other papers and reporters. It's a nothing burger. I mean, this is a political hit that comes out 3 days before early voting starts by my opponents who are desperate. They know that I'm leading in the polls by 20 or 25 points, and they know I can win this without a runoff, and they are absolutely petrified.
He's talking about the fact that his Republican opponents, because he's talking about the primary, he's claiming the Republicans are trying to smear him. This man is so fucked. I need to check it and see if he's on there. I'm going to check Huffines. Hold on. Did I already check this? I don't know if I did. No results found. What's his name? Is it? Oh, it is Huffines. Does he have a nickname? Oops. I guess he didn't necessarily have anything to do, but he certainly is trying to help some people out. Let's put it that way. He is not in the Epstein files that have been released thus far. Maybe he's in the others. I don't know. Maybe he never even interacted. Maybe he's just doing this because he loves pedophiles. I mean, clearly, he went on a pedophile show, so he must love pedophiles. Allegedly. It's a nothing burger. So it's everything burger. It's an everything burger. It's a double. It's a triple.
Petrified of me being in Austin, indulging the state of Texas, but our movement will not be stopped. We will root out fraud. I will put people in prison if they're stealing from the Texas taxpayers. And that's what people want to hear. They want to know that people are going to be held accountable. And that's what we're going to do in Austin.
I think what we've learned is that there are extensive fraud ecosystems, even in places that we wouldn't expect them. And we also know they're very organized, they're very entrenched. And if you were a fraud-feaser in Texas, the last thing you would want to see is Don Huffines as the comptroller. That's why we're glad you're running. Please stay safe on the campaign trail, my friend, and we look forward to checking back in with you soon.
Thank you, and God bless. Appreciate it, Matt.
Oh, whoops, sorry, wrong one. Wrong one. Anyway, sorry. Hey, there's Troll Central. Hi, Kat. Hi, everybody. Those are our friends at Troll Central, sort of. But yeah, no, that's not what I wanted to show you. Anyway, that is Don Huffines. Okay? How do they? Well, first of all, he's also claiming that Texas is ripe with fraud, right? Like if he's saying that Abbott and whatchamacallit, who's the other guy? Paxton and all those guys. I don't know who the current comptroller is. And the other guy who's like the lieutenant governor, he's an idiot too. Huffiness. I called it huffing with a G on the end. Sorry, that's what I did. If you were a girl at a Christian camp and a retreat center, the last thing you'd want to see is that fucking face. It's so true. Anyway, so yeah, I checked, but Don is not in the files. So, oh well, that's just the way it is. I don't know. Take it from my famous, take it from me, famous statutory rapist gooch, coming from the OANN network, from my Rumble channel. Moments with Matt, the huff. You'll need to huff if you end up in a room with him. Let's put it that way. My brother-in-law worked at his car dealership in Louisville. Oh my gosh, Teresa. So you've seen him up close and personal. Is he very tiny? Do you remember if he's very tiny? That's what I was wondering. Oh, and also I wanted to talk about the $12 billion aid package that went to farmers. Which was through the Farmer Bridge Assistance Program. So it's through an existing program. And it was, I don't know if it was new money. Oh, the funds, okay. The funds authorized for release in February 2026 aim to provide for many a necessary bridge to remain operations. It's limited, it's capped at $155,000 per recipient, which $155,000 might be a lot for a family farm. So I'm not spitting on that. But I think that, I don't think this was new money. That's what I'm trying to find. I don't think it was new money. 11 billion is allocated. So it's 12 billion total, 11 for Farmer Bridge, which is row crops, right? So that's big row crops, and 1 billion for specialty crops and sugar growers. So there, 1 billion. Let's see. I don't know. Rice. Oh, rice is getting the most. Cotton, and then oats, and then it goes down to peanuts. And poor old flax is at the bottom. Sorry, flax. Sorry, flax. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. If you grow corn and you have 500 acres, you could see a payment of $22,000. Well, yeehaw! I hope it didn't cost you $22,000 to get a grant writer for it. Anyway. Sorry. I mean, I come from farmers, okay? My grandfather sharecropped pig farm and in Missouri, so I come from farm stock. I'm not making fun of farmers, believe me. You have a plane to catch? Oh, a phone call to catch. You're so welcome. I know, we've been on a long time. I should probably go ahead and wrap it up. Oh, but we didn't get to Les Wexner. You know what? We can do Les Wexner next week. He's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Yeah, and his lawyer said, if you answer a question with 5 or more words, wait, what did he say? Don't fucking answer questions with 5 or more words or something. What was that? Somebody put it in Discord. Hold on, let me find it. The lawyer quote, because I didn't even get to that part yet. Or although I think I just did. I think I did last night. Wexner. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Wait, hold on. Oh my God. No, block. Fox News, you're fuckers, man. You just fucking fuck with me all the time. Fox News. All right, this is it. Okay, this is a teaser for Wexner, and thank you. I think it was it Carla or Teresa or someone? I'm so sorry, whoever brought this up. This was pretty funny. This man is disgusting, by the way. I think he should really burn in hell. Sorry, that's just the way I feel about it. That's just the way I feel about it. I'm sorry, so sorry. All right, that's Les Wexner, the the supporter of Jeffrey Epstein. Neil, do you have the USA versus Slovakia game on? You came from Czech cherry farmers. Oh, I come from pig farmers. Yeah, my grandpa was the best pig farmer in X county. I'm not telling you the county. And my dad was obviously grew up on a farm. So we always spent time on farms because my dad was an agricultural engineer. And so we always spent a lot of time in the Central Valley of California when I was a kid growing up, sitting in the middle of a dirt, watching him watch his irrigation systems that he invented be put into practice. So we spent a lot of time in fields in Central California watching irrigation. I had a great time. I loved it. I thought it was great. It was dirt. It was awesome. I love farms. I do. Anyway, here's this asshole, Les Wexner, who should probably be rotting in a prison cell. Here we go. ICC's new amendment took effect. Not that I think anyone will really do anything, but it was an amendment for the judges to move past the bullshit arguments created to slow them down. What is that? The International Criminal Court? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Jane says, oh, nice meowing. Who settled in Traverse City? Nice. I love that. I love that. Ken White Popat posted, I'll kill you if you answer with more than 5 words. Yeah, that's what he says. Anyway, so this is Les Wexner. Here you go. Listen closely because I don't know. I couldn't hear it, but okay. Oops, that's not right. Push the button, friend.
Then there was I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome, and she said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done. Answer the question. Okay. A discrete.
I'm gonna fucking kill you if you answer it with more than 5 words. Okay, you are really pissing me off. I can't stand this. Okay, I'll just turn it off. Anyway, so that is Les Wexner being told by his lawyer of about 30 years that his lawyer will fucking kill him if he answers a question with more than 5 words, which his lawyer was actually pretty on top of him the whole time. Although he has been able to answer a lot of questions in this. Now, granted, he gives bullshit answers like, oh, I don't recall. Oh, I never met Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't even know what you're talking about. What's a teenager? I don't even know what that is. Did I get models? No. I don't even know what models are. Was I in a room with Jeffrey with girls in bathing suits and scantily clad? Maybe. I don't know. Oh my God. I know, I heard it unbleeped, but yeah. So we'll probably go over some of the Les Wexner testimony because I will pull it. It actually is very good to listen to because he's lying. And I'm just going to, oh my God, I wish I could. Let me just see. Anyway, I'll pick out the clips because there's like 4 or 5 so far that I've just heard that I think people really need to see. And I also pulled a bunch of Epstein documents from the files related to Les Wexner. For example, an email that Jeffrey Epstein sent to himself about Les Wexner. And I think what's been talked about is that when Jeffrey Epstein was trying to, kind of collect souls, if you will, that one of the things he would do is send himself an email. I was also looking at Dershowitz stuff last night. Oh, wait, maybe this is this it? No, fuck. That's not it. I know this is like, I don't have this, do I? Oh, maybe this is it. Oh, yeah. Okay. So here's the one that I found. No. Okay. That's fine. Let me show you this. It's very short. And then I am going to let you go. I promise. You don't have to stay here forever. There it is. Okay. Boop. All right. This email is something that Jeffrey Epstein sent to himself. I want to make it bigger. Yeah, yeah, yeah. From JE Vacation, subject Wexner, June 14th, 2014. Yeah, he started L Brands, which is the limited, Victoria's Secret. Yeah, he's all up in the emails with this guy around models and shit like that. So he's a piece of shit. He's a big old motherfucking piece of shit. Anyway, I found this in the files last night as I was looking for Wexner related materials. And it says June 14, 2014, Wexner is the subject. Necklace, mother suicide Sharon, comma, taxes, comma, New Albany, comma, bankrupt, comma, never ever, comma, N. Now, I don't know what those things mean, but that's an awfully weird set of words to email yourself regarding Les Wexner, isn't it? And the New Albany project is very interesting because it's almost like the first network state, but just for rich dudes who probably want to rape children. So New Albany, Ohio, and the Ohio State connections with this motherfucker, there is definitely a lot to be talking about when it comes to Les Wexner. And if you watch this deposition of him, you will only see a very weak and frail man sit there and lie for his life. He lies so easily in this. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a friend. He was my lawyer for he was my financial advisor for 30 years and he stole hundreds of millions of dollars. But, oh yeah, he might have been at my surprise birthday party, but I don't know. I'm telling you, we have to, like, God bless you, UK. I mean, better late than never. I'm sorry. There needs to be justice. And furthermore, in addition to the justice that is so woefully overdue, the women and men who have been abused by all of these powerful people, mostly men, but some women. The fact that we have world leaders and corporate leaders so fucking entangled in child rape, either financing it, participating in it, covering up for it. This had better be a reckoning, and it should be something that everyone can get behind. Because frankly, in my mind, if you stand with this regime, you are supporting pedophiles. I don't understand. There's no other way to sugarcoat it. And it's right there in front of you, but you do have to look for it because for some reason, justice in this country is like what Bassem Youssef said, like a fucking TikTok challenge. Where maybe if we get 1 million people to start mapping things probably inconsistently, what we need are states like New Mexico is doing to open and start to investigate actively the places where Epstein was doing the crimes and reopening those cases and pulling the hundreds of NTOC reports of abuse. Yeah, he wasn't anyone's financial advisor, but anyway. So there you go. That was a lot. 4.5 hours of a lot. Sorry. Welcome back. All right. Well, guess what? We're not done yet because I'm going to see you tonight for some trivia. That's right. Lolo's Lounge, Spaced Out Trivia, is tonight at 6:30 p.m. Pacific in only 6 hours. I'm going to see you in 6 hours. I'm going to take a nap. And then we're going to have some trivia tonight. So get ready. Strap on your trivia underwear because we're going to go in. Okay? I appreciate you too, Tom. Yay, trivia. Yay. Yeah, so I'll see you tonight for trivia. I'm sorry. There will be no wigs tonight. I'm so sorry. It's just going to be plain old me. Sydney is not going to be coming back. Okay? You're so welcome, Dan. I love you guys. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. And why is it that I learn more in this network state for wealthy seems to resemble the Mormons? Yes. Yeah, I think naps are definitely necessary. I do. I think they're necessary. Anyway, I will see you tonight for trivia. I love you guys so much. Take care. Thank you for all the love and support that you give me. I don't deserve it, but I'm so lucky to have it. So thank you. I appreciate you.